a team that a lot of teams are sort of keeping their eye on, like how they're going to be doing. Because if they are on fire, then you have to watch out for this team because they play very fast. It can be very unexpected to just suddenly have just dozens of heroes in your lane, and it's a team you have to prep for. You have to be ready for. So I think people in general are going to be watching to see how that team does.
Okay, let's keep your eyes on them. Is there anything to add to the pile, Will? I mean, I'm guessing your eyes are going to be watching that Empire game, right? So you just want to see what Rezo is up to?
Yeah, I mean, these are all 4 of these games. I've got kind of a stake in. Fnatic, we used to play against QO and Febby back in Korea. And my first earliest memory of QO was actually him yelling at his, like, the first team that he was on. He's like, you need to fight with me. He's just like screaming at them in Korean, and you realize, like, this is how this guy thinks. He just wants to fight. He does not care about objectives. Just like, kill people. Make them scared. He's like literally screaming at the top of his lungs. He's like, you need to kill people with me. And I was like, wow, this guy's something else.
He's a brawler.
Yeah, it's just kind of always how he's been. That's why this is the key characteristic of every team that he plays on, because he's such a centerpiece.
Well, I mean, the centerpiece of our stream 1, which is going to be EGTNC, is where we're going to turn our attention now. This is where I can kind of pick your brains. I know that I was going to be asking you for a brainstorming session, Will, just beforehand. Just yesterday, I was like, TNC, fill me in. And you said there's a lot to be discussed surrounding these two as they're about to clash.
Yeah. TNC especially is probably one of the more kill-heavy teams. We talk about teams that favor objectives, but for me, when we played against them, it just felt like they were going for kills nonstop. They were one of the few teams that ran Ember Spirit and Phantom Lancer still. And these heroes, they can't really go high ground. All they do is kill you non-stop around the map. You can't even take Roshan. Like, these aren't easy objectives. So they're a kind of team that snowballs really hard, and I feel like TI, it'll suit their kind of meta.
Is there anything to add to the TNC pile?
Well, I just wanted to just quickly just say that for me, at least, it's IG Liquid. I think,
sorry, I didn't get to ask you.
Yeah,
right.
just because I feel like that's a matchup between 2 really strong teams that I expect to go quite far in this tournament. With that said, I think that the TNC EG, it's going to be interesting. I think there are 2 very good carry players in this game. Both Raven and RTZ are some very highly, focused on GPM, and they're very kind of carry-esque kind of carry players, the traditional. Although recently we have seen Artur take kind of a step back and play more of a position 2 and let Sumail carry, and it's worked out really well for them. And I think that's a very big step for him to kind of take a step back. He's kind of taken the approach more that Fear used to have a little bit more, and kind of let Sumail do the carrying most of the part. And I think that's kudos to him.
What is the general consensus surrounding this? Is Arteezy kind of the front runner of this carries starting to have to do less, kind of out of the limelight switch that we're seeing from Dota at the moment?
I'd say Matama Man is probably the first one to like make that very big switch from like not playing these carry heroes to playing the heroes that kind of just sit there, that do their thing.
Wouldn't say no-tail though.
High impact. That's true.
Yeah.
I feel like he's at least for me, the one that comes to mind the most, because he's always been this guy. Even you see his Terrorblade, he's like level 5, he takes a mid tower. It's like, I don't know, I never saw anyone else do that. Yeah. He rotates on the map. We saw them play carry Visage and stuff too.
I think some people are just kind of, when you see Arteezy just sitting the safe lane with a Venomancer, and you're kind of like, what's going on here? Who is this guy?
The weird part is he was the one that originally introduced the carry role to the mid lane. And so for him to have to take that step back, completely reverse himself. I know the first iteration when he was with EG during the Frankfurt Major, something he was telling me, something felt off. And I think it was because they were both vying to carry this team. But now after talking to him at the most recent major, it seems like he has a better understanding of how that dynamic is supposed to work between the 2 of them.
And I mean, in terms of how these guys are going to face off, EG clear favorites in everyone's mind here. Is that right?
I don't know.
Look, see, eyebrows just immediately dark. Let's explain your thought process just then, Quinn.
don't know about clear favorites.
Yeah.
I don't think you can even say favorites for this tournament. I think one of the coolest things about this TI is how close a lot of these teams
Okay.
are.
He meant for the match.
I meant in the matchup, but I mean.
Oh, you mean in the matchup?
Yeah, sorry. I should.
Oh, yeah. In the matchup. Yeah, I think definitely the clear favorites. We sort of talked about TNC potentially being a dark horse.
Mm.
So, you sort of have to see how they turn up. They did, very, very well against the teams in their region, against these C teams, and have done, quite well at, larger events.
Yeah.
Have taken games off of Liquid, at Star Ladder, and in general is just a very solid team. But I think EG's playstyle does quite well against them. So, we'll have to see.
And EG's playstyle starts in the draft. Now, we're not going to be going through the draft here on this pre-show, but in terms of expectations for that, have EG going to kind of copy and paste how they've been playing up until TI here? They're going to be keeping some of the aces up their sleeves for now. Do you think, Pycat? Going to be seeing more puck on some mail or flex pick puck? What else are we going to expect to see?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they kind of stick to at least some of those heroes.
Yeah.
Like I don't know, some puck and sanking and stuff.
Sure.
But it is TI, and many teams like to have a number of different kind of strategies set and going into TI, so you can switch things up if you want to do so.
Okay, and with all of that said, I think it is actually almost time for us to say our goodbyes. The game is still getting ready, so I'm just going to get final thoughts and predictions from you handsome gentlemen as we have kicked off our very first day of TI. So, Will, EG, TNC, give me a team name and your final thoughts, scene set of this game.
I will say that TNC surprises.
Ooh, okay.
I think that EG are known as slow starters. I feel like this is going to kind of bite them here. I feel like TNC, very motivated. I think their kill-heavy playstyle is going to lend them very well here. I think EG will bounce back later on, but I think in this first series, I'll say TNC.
What do you make of that, Quinn?
I think there is some credence to that, but I also think the way EG have been playing more.
No, it does sound like the players are ready for our Stream 1 game, and that means that EG TNC is coming up. A big thank you to our guests. You'll be seeing us in the evening as well. We're going to wrap it up, put a bow on it, and talk you through what you missed in the day if you couldn't catch all of them with your 4 eyes necessary to catch it all. But
who favored TNC in this particular matchup, and kind of the rest was a bit more on the E train. I think they hit the nail on the head though with the playstyle we're going to see. Maybe a bit faster than well early on, and EG generally as a team seem to be fairly slow at getting into tournaments. That's something we should never forget. The classic lower bracket team that has a slow start against TNC generally does well in the beginning. So see what form they're in here from the beginning.
Yeah, I'm wondering if EG do actually bring that kind of form. TNC for me, like when I was going through the list of teams who, you had that list of who is going to create an upset, who is going to be that team which you don't know if they're going to win or not. TNC is one of those ones that flagged up. You will have to remember the run that the brand had last year. Obviously, it was a slightly different team, but now being led by 1437 with Kips behind the scenes as well, and everyone in TNC just playing beautiful and synergized Dota. They are definitely up there as one of those teams. I'm not surprised that Blitz would back them to really give EG a run for their money.
Yeah. I do believe this is 4 out of the 5 same player T team, isn't it? 3.
The only one you changed was Jimmy?
Was it? That's what I can't remember if Tim's was playing in the iteration last year, or if Tim's is new as well compared to 1 year ago. But I'm pretty sure Cuckoo, Raven, and Ansem H were definitely on the TA6 team.
We'll double check it and get back to you.
Yeah, we'll double check it.
Well.
So anyway, let's talk a little bit about the picks now. So
Yes.
we're a little bit into the draft now. Not too surprising as far as bans go. This is the type of bans that you will generally see against a team. A very stun-heavy team, especially their offlane player Sam H is a very renowned Sand King player, for example, which is not really that good in the offlane right now, in my opinion. But he has been exceptional on that hero. A hero like Bat Rider is perfect for him. That's the one they're going to end up grabbing here in the first phase. And as far as EG goes, you generally don't want to give them IO. And Shaker right now is a top-tier pick and ban. I think we're going to see this hero banned a lot just as a meta ban rather than a targeted ban toward the team. Shaker is just a... Guess what? G will just go for their classic first pick Puck that they've run recently.
Just so classic to have that Oracle come in the second, though.
It's a Bat Rider counter, I think, mainly. EG want to keep their options open, but as far as the cores go, and then they just pick a support that seems to have good flexibility against the opponent. Picking that into Bat Rider is nice. The problem for Oracle, however, is that this hero is very positioning dependent, and you can be caught out by both Bat Rider and Night Stalker. They're going to be playing at a vision deficit almost guaranteed when you look at this draft. So that's something EG kind of have to solve, either by getting scouting heroes such as a Lycan type hero, find heroes, or having a lineup that is so, how to put it, that I don't want to say death ball, but that it's very grouped up together, so it's much harder for Bat Rider to find picks.
Well, the death ball maybe actually be the way to go. Like, when you talk about Oracle pickups, normally you talk about the hero he's going to work with. Like, is it just meant to be saving the Bat Rider, or is he meant to enable the other possible hero? This could be a Universe Puck. Do we look at other options now for Samael to run in that mid lane?
There's a couple of key heroes I think that you need to keep in mind when Oracle is picked. One of them is Huskar. He's gone.
Fourth ban from TNC.
Good choice. Oracle generally makes me think of heroes, that regenerate somehow, so you get a lot out of False Promise. A hero like Alchemist could still be an option for... It is...
There were some people actually tossing Alchemist around, wondering if he would actually appear in this tournament.
You're always going to see Alchemist in big tournaments. It's always going to be... So, the way I look at it is that in these tournaments, there's going to be different paced games based on matchups and based on how much information the teams have about each other. And if the game slows down just a bit, Alchemist gets a lot better as a pick. But maybe this early on, it's not time yet to pull out that kind of pick. But we know Samael plays a really good Alchemist. And EG haven't been afraid of playing it recently. I think they're one of the only teams, actually, in the last 2 months that have been picking Alchemist at least a couple of times. I can't remember who the opponent was, but I remember Samael just getting completely out of control with his Alchemist. What else is a classic Oracle pairing?
Death Prophet would be the other one.
Death Prophet, yeah. Very good choice for Samael as well. Surely be... It's a bit... Again, you need to have the good positioning on Oracle then, because Death Prophet actually doesn't like facing Bat Rider. You're standing close to the tower, you're hitting it with Exorcism, and then if you get pulled into the enemy team, you don't really have any defensive ways of getting out unless Oracle is on the ball. So.
And Samael's mainly been playing like Lena's, Embers, Queen of Pains as the primary heroes. Some more Samael-style heroes, not these just walk-at-you style heroes, which everyone gets a little impressed when Samael plays, because like, he can't highlight his full abilities. A Spirit Siphon, yay, I'm a player.
Well, you can display a lot of skill on DP as well, but it's just not as flashy. I agree with that.
Rubik, probably going to be one of the biggest league contested heroes.
Yeah.
Next to Pudge in the Arcana draft for Conversation Talks EI.
Something we talked about too much with Rubik is the value of Null Field. Generally, you focus on, can he steal some cool spells? You have Telekinesis, you have Fate Bolt to D-push, but the Null Field can be very important, and at least this two opening from EG is like more or less only magic damage, and that is not going to change with that pick either, unless it's a core, which I seriously doubt. There's probably a Zai Kunkka here. Actually, this hero has some interesting counterplay potential against Bat Rider. Have the X marks the spot to target the guy who gets lassoed and then pull him back out. So now they have both supports have counterplay for lasso. Also innately a nice way of of catching the Batrider out. In both in lane and in the mid game, you can catch him with that X mark, make things happen. But still, EG, no vision.
Yep.
And that is my primary concern for them right now, because now they've picked two supports. It has to be a core giving vision.
It's feeling more Deathball, combining Ghost Shift plus the survivability of Oracle, the team fight control that can come from the puck, but they're still missing someone that can push the lane.
Yeah.
You got all this wonderful team fight and survivability in the lineup, but you don't have more. You don't have that ability to actually force TNC into an engagement. And now they've got the Juggernaut. It's even more safety in lane. They've got the vision advantage. They've got the farm advantage. They've got immunity advantage. It's wonderful for them.
There we go.
All right.
That's the vision hero.
There's your vision and there's your push.
Yeah. Probably going to be seeing this run by Arteezy. And this also means that TNC, picking Arteezy's hero at this point I really like, just because it conceals the puck for as long as possible. TNC aren't completely sure now what type of hero they need to ban, because this puck could be either offlane or mid. If they would have picked the mid hero for some AL, such as an Alchemist, then TNC know for sure that they can last ban a carry that they don't want to pair up with that Oracle. There's plenty of options here. The way I see it for EG is not... But they're going to go ahead and ban the Beastmaster, so a vision hero being taken out here that Universe could have run. Would have also been very nice for their pushing aspect with the Inner Beast aura, of course, Primal Roars. A nice way of dealing with the type of hero that Juggernaut is. A BKB piercing or Magic Immunity piercing stun is very powerful against Jugger.
Would have been a lot safer as well than running something like the Universe Enigma offlane, which are giving you your push and team fight control, but fares poorly against the Rube. Just because he can turn it around on him.
I could definitely see Enigma being a choice here. It doesn't sound too bad. I somehow have a feeling that this puck might be run offlane just because of the support duo he's facing. Rubik and Nightstalker are actually not that good at killing puck until nighttime. Especially when the carry in the lane is a Juggernaut. You know, their only stun is Telekinesis, which is pretty short, and then they have Void. Until Nightstalker hits level 2, if he skills Silence level 2 is Nightstalker support, which is pretty uncommon, because then you reach nighttime, and then are you actually gonna have Hunter in the night when night begins? Unless he does that. Puck fares pretty well here in that offlane, I think. It's not too bad.
He should do pretty well, like with the Lycan buff up as well. That should give him a lot more to bullshit with. For sure. You just gotta have the selfless, safe laning Arteezy.
Oh, that's actually a very good point as well, though we didn't mention. They picked Lycan into Nightstalker. That's a classic counter pick in this patch where, oh, there's going to be a lot of nighttime, so now we pick the hero that has that empowers the entire team during the night. And it actually went through all the way to 4th pick. I don't think TNC were thinking about this hero, because a lot of other teams are banning Lycan after they pick the NS. They might have thought Vena was a bigger threat, but...
Vena would have caused a lot of problems for the Batrider.
Yes.
More than anything else. And so what is that last one? It's going to be the Faceless Void. So they go for Teamfight Lockdown. A little bit of trouble, though, doing damage into Chronosphere targets.
Yeah, so when you pick Void with a melee core, one of two things needs to happen. Either the Chrono needs to be placed very well, so your melee hero can hit the targets in the Chrono on the edge, or you use Chrono as a control tool that the carry then plays around. The reason Lycan and Void actually don't have the worst synergy ever, you're thinking like, oh, I Chrono someone, but Lycan can't hit. Lycan can hit everyone else, because he can really quickly maneuver around the Chronosphere or play the numbers game, where if 2 or 3 heroes are stunned, Lycan is very powerful in fights. He wins almost every single man fight just by virtue of being ridiculously strong at that phase in the game. And he can run down the supports. So if you Chrono the cores, then Lycan will get 1 or 2 kills during that Chrono. And the rest of the lineup killing the Chrono. So there's a lot of other heroes that deal damage in Chrono. Queen of Pain last.
So she'll be heading towards the mid, and that ramps up the TNC and EG lineups. Queen of Pain, like, it gives them their burst damage, but is she really going to be able to win out against a puck? It's an old-fashioned matchup, the Queen of Pain versus a puck.
It's different now than it used to be a year or 2 ago. This lane in my book is quite a bit puck favored. It used to be like considered one of the one of the true 50-50s almost. But I think in this patch, the puck has maybe a 10% farm advantage in that lane if both players play very well. You win like 60-40 maybe, and it's simply by puck has better damage and has better sustain in the lane by being able to dodge attacks with phase shift. You can counter out the Shadow Strike, and of course, your ability to push the wave is better than Queen's if it comes to that, so you have a higher chance of getting runes because you have 2 spells that can nuke out the wave and better mana economy in general. I don't know if this was the right choice, picking this Queen of Pain. They're picking it into Kunkka, who's considered a decent counter. If X marks the spot to put back. She can get messed with quite a lot by time dilation. And Lycan is one of the few carries that can actually catch you after you blink. So I think EG have the tools here. I kind of favor them a bit as far as this draft goes. Because they solved the problems that they have.
Yeah. Oh, I'm still interested to see how TNC set the pace of this game. We talked about TNC playing a fast game against EG. Their lineup will allow for that. If Queen of Pain's early rotations work out, if the Juggernaut finds himself useful with rotations, then maybe that's the question we should probably start asking. When do the cores really start causing problems for Evil Geniuses? When does the Juggernaut actually start his rotations? Where is his first impact he's looking for? Is it to go into the tier 1 tower up on the top lane? Is it meant to be to rotate to the bottom lane and try and shut down Arteezy? How does TNC keep EG on the back foot?
I think their lineup is very, very momentum based, so it's very fitting, right? I don't want to call it a hit or miss lineup, but it's one where if you don't get stuff done in the first 10 minutes, I feel like it falls flat a little bit. So they've put themselves, in that sense, a little bit on a clock to perform actions, but at the same time, their lineup is also really good at doing it. At nighttime, you have Night Stalker and Bat Rider playing together. The Rubik can rotate for ganks. You have 2 strong cores to gank for. The Bat Rider is a really good hero to gank for at nighttime. The Queen of Pain can definitely find kills with rotation. And then it just comes down to, okay, do TNC perform this early game well enough that they built the advantage they need? We talked about, I think it's fair to say EG's teamfight is just vastly superior. And their late game, I also like better, just because this is not the best Juggernaut late game, I think. Doesn't fare that great against Lycan, and especially not against Void. Hard lockdown is generally a very good way to go against Jugger, which might have been why TNC banned the Beastmasters.
This also feels like one of those games too when like the Juggernaut is for once alone without the Magnus buff up, without that big burst flash farm that can come from him. Like when you look at the drafting and like just the item progression for him now, do you still want to try and go for that carry Juggernaut? And what is the progression? Do you go for the farming items? Do I dare mention the Battle Fury Juggernaut and piss off everybody in the world?
I was thinking the same thing, if you should go farming oriented. But I don't think that's the way you farm with Jugger this patch. I think you go Mask of Madness, and then maybe you go into a Maelstrom. Like if you play very farm heavy, and then later on you can
or
play that
TNC. They're going to try and contest that top bounty room, pick him up, throw him away with a telekinesis. But then the focus target, it is going to be down towards the Rubik. 1437's on the run. Is there enough pressure from SamH and Tims? There isn't in time to kill off Crit, but the sticky napalm is there, making it difficult for Crit to escape. One more punch from Tims will do the work. But SamH is taking significant amount of damage. First blood goes the way of EG. And as far as the bounty rune goes, TNC did at least claim 3, so it's a small reward for the first blood that they lost.
That first blood gold went to Crit, and then he died immediately after. So he actually didn't gain that much because he lost some of it. Yeah, that's a pretty even trade overall. Very curious to see how this mid lane plays out. I think this, Sumail is already starting to very good control. Help from Tims will be coming in. Sumail has successfully already created a double wave. This is a concept that we're going to be seeing a lot of this tournament. Since the mid lane was changed, so there's an extra creep. You can just dominate your opponent by pushing really hard, and then having so many creeps under the tower that you can freely go and hit the opposing hero and limit his ability to get CS. Mel right here with this double wave. You see, they have to yield immediately. There's just way too many creeps coming in, and realistically, Cuckoo is going to lose a lot of creeps here. So Mel plays it right. He did not on that one, or that one, but that one.
Underneath the tower does make it hard. Made it a little bit harder for Cuckoo as well when he's fighting inside the trees, but Tims, this is the reason why he's here. This is the reason why Night Stalker is a fantastic pickup. With a blink forward, Sumail may be in trouble. Cuckoo's going deep, but a little bit too deep. Underneath the tower, he'll burn the salve, but so does Sumail.
Yeah, that's a good howl by Arteezy as well as a insurance policy there, but nice aggression coming out from Cuckoo there, seeing an opportunity to counter it. I think this is how you want to try to play against Sumail. If you get the chance in mid, you want to try to pressure him, because else it goes the other way. Sumail is not that kind of passive mid player that'll just sit by and trade farm unless he has to with his hero matchup. So this amount of pressure they're putting on the puck is very good for TNC here in the mids. Sumail has to play a bit passive now. He will get a second salve coming in, but they're successfully giving Cuckoo a good lane now this rotation. The question is what it costs, because obviously that means the Night Stalker can't help top or bottom. Well, Universe is having a really good time against this Juggernaut.
Yeah, he's able to find a lot of levels. They were trying to do something about it, like the telekinesis grabbed into spin. That was after he time walked, so Universe did take considerable amounts of damage from that.
Mid lane.
Yeah, Cuckoo, X-Marks, Torrented, support's coming in, Tims is on his way, so is the Courier, and they turn around, just punch into Zai. Cuckoo has to retreat back out again. He'll burn yet a second salve now for that mid.
This will be... I think this is a good opening game to just see how the mid lane is going to be played this tournament. This lane is the biggest lane of Dota simply because of the extra creep now. There's going to be a lot of emphasis on...
Oh, Crit. Get out of here, Crit. Top lane, he's being fireflied up. Sticky napalm to 4 stacks. All that Firefly needs to do is get on top of him.
Oh, the
more,
Centaur!
but the Centaur Storm, it keeps Artesian Zai controlled. Crit will die, and Sam H will get a solo kill, trying to contest the dire pull on top lane.
Man, if he would have killed another hero in that Firefly burn, Zai dropped pretty low as well.
Sumail is on the wrong side of the tracks. One range creep able to find him. Tims will be there. Quick blink forward. Cuckoo's going to find the kill. Sumail finding himself stranded behind the tier 1 tower and getting punished on his way out.
This early game is looking very good for TNC so far, not just because of the kills, but also the amount of farm that the Juggernaut is getting is very nice. They've managed to create a pretty 50-50-ish situation in that mid lane. Very important, as we... The only hero who's suffering a bit as far as CS goes is Sam H, but he just found that kill, so he's also looking okay. And I think TNC's game plan now has been executed well enough that the first night time, now the Night Stalker's level 3, is going to be really dangerous. EG needs to be careful not to hemorrhage too many kills right now, as...
So you've got at least that nice burst damage in the cripple, but what you don't have is the control. So Universe can time walk out, Puck will be able to illusionary or back out. And you've got different methods of escape available for Evil Genius' cause on the lanes. And then of course it's a Lycan.
Yeah.
You're not going to gank the Lycan.
The silence point for Tims is going to be very valuable. It looks like he's actually prioritizing that as well. He's like sticking around in the bottom area, getting levels together with the Rubik. We don't that often see supports just playing together. Okay, now he's going to leave. He's waiting for a ward. This level 4 for NS would be very nice for Tim to get. He knows where Universe is now. They're just going to try to mess with him a bit. Yep, okay.
So he can ward, he can leech, but there's no gank. And EG, you asked them not to hemorrhage at this point. They're hiding on the map from TNC. There are no options on the field for a gank to come in from Tims. Instead, Sumail's trying to get aggressive in mid. The torrent! He'll be able to connect. He's got blink, but doesn't have the time. The stun from Zai followed up perfectly. Now Sumail in trouble. Rotations from Tims as well as 1437. The telekinesis grind will hold him in position. So 1437 will find the kill. And while Queen of Pain is dead, the supports get the revenge.
That was a really nice setup there from EG though. Like kind of baited the Queen to not. You don't really want to blink there against the puck, and then Zai with a nice torrent. But TNC just as quick on the counterplay as well, coming in with those two supports. And at the end of the day, it's a fairly even trade. TP's being used obviously does matter, but for a hero like, I actually don't think Night Stalker even TP'd. I think he just ran over there and read that that was the play that was coming in. 1437 assisted. Easily worth it for them. Are spawning. Top rune will to, I guess, Sumail. No, actually, Zai's is going to take that one. Go. Good torrent in mid. Will set up his X. Good harass coming out of two here.
Meanwhile, on bottom lane, they're trying to actually go onto the Faceless Void. I say trying, succeeding. Faceless Void will die underneath the tier 1 tower. So 1437's rotations on point. We're expecting that to come from him. The the fact that Tims is always there with him. The support combination of TNC rotation. You know, it actually feels very reminiscent of LGD International when 1437 used to play for them. Like that quick movement, the two of them just move together, and you just find the kills. Yeah, Zai's trapped between the tower, 1437's come in, and the Observer Ward sees all. The Torrent will be able to connect on 3, but Zai can't get out of here. Cuckoo, Sonic Wave commits, Sumail jumps over the top. They'll have to trigger off the Shrine. Sumail cannot battle against that level of regeneration. He does get the silence off, but Void is still there. Sumail will get punished, trying to find the kill on the Queen of Pain. Even Raven TP'd in to help out in that one. And TNC now 7-2 on the board, 7 minutes in.
Very minor gold lead though. This isn't that bad for EG's lineup, as we talked about earlier. Oh, Universe is dead as well. I mean, it's starting to hurt a bit,
yeah.
But I think it's expectable that EG's lineup will fall a little bit behind on kills early on. It's about, do the right heroes get the gold? Are they getting their key items? I think the most worrying thing for EG is that Sumail's game is going the way it is. He has 3 deaths, barely out farming the Queen of Pain here in terms of CS. Okay, actually like 10 ahead now. On net worth, they're fairly even when Puck definitely wants to be ahead.
They're on the hunt.
Oh.
They're coming in for Cuckoo with the smoke gank maneuver. Zai can't get in range. They just came off the back of killing the Bat Rider on the top lane, so at least they're slowing down his initiation. That dagger that Sam H is desperately trying to reach.
Find crit now. Who finds who though? I think Sam H is in a lot of trouble. He's gonna die here, more than likely.
Yeah, you've already got that little hit coming in from the Fortune Zen. Torrent to follow up. Can't TP out this one anymore. And even with the Firefly, he's burning Zai down a fair chunk, but it doesn't matter when Arteezy can move over and Zai does find the kill on that Bat Rider once more.
This is very interesting. We've not really been looking too much at Lycan so far, but Arteezy is going for Necronomicon, and this build on Lycan has completely fallen out of favor as of late. We've mainly seen Lycans go for more of a combat-heavy build with just damage rather than this split-pushing approach or the mana burn, obviously, that Necronomicon gives. Most Lycans would be going for a build along the lines of Mask of Madness and Armlet, and then into a BKB. But wonder what makes him favor the Necro book here, if it's if there's a specific reason he wants that mana burn, or that it is just the game plan. Alright guys, we're going to try to split a bit more here. This is not what I was expecting.
If they feel like
see in this game.
If they feel like they need to have more power in the team fights, Necro will provide that. You get a little bit more push out of your lineup, and I suppose you get 2 more minions to give you your vision.
Mid lane, Sumail.
Yeah, real issues. Cuckoo going down underneath the tier 1 tower. 1437 and Sam H are nearby, and Sumail now. He's got an orb available for Telekinesis to pick up. They're trying to stack him up as high as possible before they battle this, but Sumail trying to go against everybody. Starts his TP. Sam H was moving away. Sumail will survive. Understanding no more stuns, no more control, and no more ways to kill him in time.
You really need to be on your A game when you're playing against Lycan when it comes to these moments. It's very deceptive sometimes what you think you can get away with and what you actually can. And I would say in general, the team that has the Lycan will have that little bit of extra advantage. Even if both teams are thinking about it, they obviously choose when to use that howl. And it definitely gave Sumail a little bit of an edge in that fight. Nobody died after the Queen, but you could tell TNC were like hesitating, can we kill him, can we not? And then the howl comes in, and then gets to play it safe after. Got out.
And Cuckoo's just wishing he could pop Sumail at the moment. The fact that he was able to just get the Shadow Strike off, the Scream as well. Sumail doesn't have his Shrine available for another 190 seconds. An eternity for Rapak, who has to now burn all of his bottle charges. Meanwhile, everyone else gets to go back to their farm.
This is going to be an attempt mid, I think. He's going to pop Darkness into silence.
Perfect Scream, Sonic Wave, and Sumail gets obliterated. Zai tried to help out. His Torrent was in a good position. He just wasn't ready for it. Invis Tims.
I think they might have not got the howl off in time either. He died really fast. Tims didn't even cast the Darkness before silencing. He just put the silence and the nuke on him instantly, and then they blew him up with the Sonic. So nice kill. TNC.
And TNC instantly turned this into something favorable. In fact, it may be even more favorable. Conquer the Firefly up. There's your lasso. They're thinking about clipping him, but they'll put him on the ground so Juggernaut can find out the Chronosphere from Universe. It'll catch his teammate, but he's trying to find time. Omniscience Cheval from Juggernaut starts his spin and instantly goes into the TP. They want to bail out this one. Tims fly up. He doesn't actually have ability to TP out this one, and you'll have to jump up to battle him. It's Universe versus Tims. Who is king of the hill? Right now, Universe needs to get more time box, or else he won't get it. Tims is the king of the hill, surviving. EG, they wanted something in return, but they'll lose their offlaner as well. All they wanted to do was stop the tier 1 tower from dying.
Well, they did that.
Alright, suppose Sumail can now kill him. There's consolation prize. Sumail's able to get enough money to have his veil.
That is such a high value. 600 gold. Oh, 11 minutes in for Sumail. Very good for him. But of course, yes, EG defended the tower, but they're going to lose a full tier 1 top because RTZ rotated down and can't protect the lane. And this bottom tower is not long for life anyway, I think, with TNC. The natural nighttime is kicking in 3 seconds. They know there's no Chronosphere for a full minute. And I think they're going to keep on the aggression. The question is if they're going to go bottom or focus more on the top area and try to get the tier 2. So far, so good. Taken 2 tier 1 towers. The mid tower especially at this point. Quite surprising. Sumail doesn't generally lose his tower this fast. Has been put on a lot of pressure.
This is TNC's fast gameplay you're talking about. Raven, TP out of the bottom lane, getting attacked. I instantly want to push in the top tower. Every tier 1 tower has taken damage, and EG playing reactionary, defensive chronos. Like, we can get Sumail a kill, but only after they've lost 2 heroes and Nightstalker clipped himself. Like, it seems like very, very hard work for EG, even though they do have the 2nd and 3rd highest net worth heroes on the map. The Juggernaut is still getting further and further ahead of this Lycan, and we're not feeling the influence yet of Arteezy, but also isn't that something we're expecting? Like, when you go for a Necro build, you're not going to say, hey, I'm going to really get in the mix of the fight straight away. They're going to find an opening. It's Universe, actually going to be false promised, and Sam H having to run away. Time delay is making it difficult, so is the Torrent and the Orb and the Rift, everything they've got, ship included. Throwing down towards the Batrider, and Arteezy gets himself involved. Necro books, as well as Wolves diving into the tower, looking for 1437, moving back to his tier 2 tower. The Dream Call catching out Tims. Nightstalker once more can die. Not worth as much money this time for the Sumail double kill. But while this is going on, Raven is taking the tier 2 tower up on top lane. EG are forced to fortify, and TNC are not going to lose anything apart from their Batrider and their Nightstalker here. For a full 5-man rotation from Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, this play from EG is worth it if they also get the tower, but they simply don't have the resources anymore. And like you said, they lose the tower. So in my book, this is still good for TNC, what just happened. Overall, losing a couple of heroes is obviously not ideal, but when you're trading 2 heroes to defend and get a tower at the same time, I like that trade. Good for them. You're right about the Lycan. It's hard for him to get very involved with this Necronomicon build, and at the same time he doesn't farm as fast as if he had another build. I was wondering if we were going to see him max the Wolves early just because of his vision, but he actually doesn't have them maxed until now. He went for a 2-2-4 build, and just now took the 2. And I think EG are identifying that the problem is they don't have as much information as they would like. And they picked Lycan in part for that information, but now it's finally going to start flowing in.
Here comes TNC once more. The Dire will scan up, and, well, at least one does ping as the Juggernaut going into the Dire scan.
Very good read.
Those TNCs a little bit further to the north who scanned up right on top of the farming position, but they were 5 seconds too late. But now you can see the pressure applying from TNC. They've taken all the towers on the top lane outside of the base of EG. They turn their attention to the bot lane. Observer Ward is down. The vision game is just perfect for TNC. You're flagging it during the drafting phase that EG were going to have troubles with this.
Yep. Looks like this tower will fall and be denied at least this time by EG. So still a very close game right now. No major advantage apart from towers. If you look at the gold advantage that TNC have, if they lose the amount of towers that they've claimed, they're actually behind on gold. So there's like unclaimed gold on the map for EG back, but they need to set up that team fight that allows them to get this bottom tower, and it seems pretty difficult for them right now. Always scary to go into this kind of Nightstalker lineup at this time.
Especially now the Batrider has a Blink Dagger.
Yep.
With his
It's
Blink up,
now.
I don't think they actually know about it. I'm not certain if he came in range of either of the Dire Observer Wards. But you can see them trying to prepare. In fact, yep, there you go. The smoke out of range of both of the Dire Obs, and they're coming for a gank. But what do they see? Right now, Crit's on a warding mission.
See some mail.
Yeah, they saw some mail in mid. They may even get lucky and get the right timing to pick off the courier. Here comes Sam H. Orb already used by Sumail, trying to use it to push the lane out. But now he doesn't have it. Silenced up, controlled up. The spin damage combining with the silence. Puck will pop. And that is a nice read, and Raven gets more money. And Samael having more issues with item progression.
Cost them the tower though. If you make this smoke movement and you target the puck in mid, EG know that, okay, in order to kill this puck, you're going to need to bring 2 or 3 heroes, and they instantly turn it into an advantageous play for them getting the tower bottom. So I think TNC originally with that smoke weren't intending on going for puck, but maybe trying to wrap around the bottom push that they felt like EG were going to apply. And then they got tempted to go puck kill, I want to say. Grab that more. And maybe it was still for the better. Maybe this bottom fight wouldn't have that well.
Yeah, and they got space for farm time too. Cuckoo has now finished up his Veil of Discord. He was farming up the top lane not that entire time. Raven was having the time of his life as well. So yeah, you lose the tier 1 tower, but I'm still wondering, like, this is a lot more efficient timing. You're talking like unclaimed gold on the map. Right now when EG, every time they 5-man it up, all that unclaimed gold, the distance won't be as much once EG do claim it. No, in net worth.
So what big items do we have coming in? Juggernaut finished his Manta style. Very good timing here from Raven. Queen of Pain Veil, as you mentioned.
Level 3 book is up.
It's getting a Void Stone, so I'm guessing we'll see might be just a Yule's next against the Puck Silence. Also nice against X-Mark, correctly. And on the EG side, Necro 3 is done. Puck with Blink Veil. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So no really big new items, I would say, apart from that Manta style for Jugger, which makes a huge difference in this game because you can get out of Puck Silence now and guarantee a spin, more or less. Right,
so they want to go.
Let's go Roche.
There is no Observer Ward around here. Apart from the Dire side, they have one sitting in front of the pit, but TNC actually have no vision around Roshan. They moved most of their wards. In fact, they've just got that one defensive ward inside their own jungle, but their aggressive vision has actually disappeared. They lost their Observer Ward on bottom lane, it timed out. So right now TNC, for all the vision game we were praising them for, there's a small hole. They've only just put the obs down, but it's too late. EG is already in the pit, taking Roshan, and unless Tim's takes to the skies at the moment, they won't realize it in time. In fact, it's already too late. EG, they have Roshan.
This is a very good play call from them. Alright, the moment it turns to day, we're just going to go in and use our Necro book and use our Lycan to take this Roche. TNC would have contested that if they knew. I'm pretty sure they would have tried to mess with them with the Bat Rider and the Jugger and the Queen, even if Night Stalker is weak.
They checked too late. Like, the Manta Illusions were going up from the Juggernaut as well. But yeah, just 5-10 seconds behind EG.
Yep. This gives EG a nice little power play with the Lycan Aegis. Not the best Aegis carrier as such, but...
Oh, they just smoked on the Dire Obs.
Still an advantage.
4-man smoke on Dire Obs. Does EG do anything about this apart from evade?
Try to take the fight. If they have the Aegis to play with, so they could bait in the Arteezy Lycan and try to get a team fight around. And that looks like exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, and there's the Observer Ward, so 1437 will see him. They do, however, see the rest of the heroes behind with the Dream Call, catching 1437. Raven, he's out. They're going to sacrifice the Rubik here. They do not want this fight. But they did get some aggressive wards down. Raven, trouble. There's a wolf on his tail at the moment, trying to body block up, and Arteezy, he does it perfectly. Blocked up one avenue. Raven doesn't even think he can get through the second, and he will be brought down. A huge kill on the Juggernaut. And the Evil Geniuses lose absolutely nothing. And they may even get a little bit more. I say that, they just lost a courier. Small value lost.
That's the Aegis right there. You could see the mental game that happened when that smoke broke. TNC move up, they see the Lycan with the ward they drop down, and they're like, we can't go on this guy. And then they just want to disengage, but the mobility of EG's heroes able to net them 2 nice kills there, especially the one on Juggernaut. Very important kill. Slow him down as he was having a great game so far. Just death. And EG can maybe turn some pushing. They're looking to group up here in mid. Wolves already in 3 seconds to be resummoned. The Necrobook's still a bit away, but I don't think TNC want to fight this.
There's no Sonic Wave. Like, she used it to kill off the courier.
So it's nighttime with Howl. They're not going to kill this like that.
Yeah, all 1437 can do is try and push him back. I suppose 1437 got Howl. It's not a bad buff up.
It's actually a very good steal when you have Night Stalker in your team. It's one of the best spells that Rubik can have this game.
right now. EG, they don't seem to be too dissuaded by the fact he's got it. They take the tier 1 tower in mid. They're rotating as a full group to bottom. Once again, TNC is doing this split kind of pressure. Back up towards top lane. Sandmate is up here. Gonna find that farm to get him towards his BKB. Queen of Pain still working on the Yule Scepter. 120 gold, 110 gold away now. And Raven will have to take up the mid. Still trying to work on his Maelstrom. But this is a lot of heroes to commit for a long time from EG. Is this bottom tier 2 tower really worth it? You send Sumail now up to the top lane to defend. Are they still okay with this trade-off when you've got the Aegis Immortal? Is it more of that, we want to fight, so we're going to force them into it?
I think it's more of a feeling of necessity that if they start splitting up, they're playing into TNC's lineup with this Bat Rider, Queen of Pain, Night Stalker that are innately a lot better at skirmishing than team fighting. So EG are just willing to sacrifice a little bit of farming efficiency to not give away kills. And at the end of the day, should be probably getting this bottom tier 2 tower, or maybe not.
They're pressuring Arteezy. They're only pressuring him though. There's no real attack because they know that's pointless, right? You go onto Arteezy, he's either got Aegis or he's going to get false promise.
Yeah, he's not going to die.
Yeah. So all you can do is just dissuade them. Slow down the lane. Continue to add pressure up on top lane, which is what Raven is doing. He's back in to pressuring that top lane to make EG wonder, like, what happens if we keep this going? A tier 2 for tier 3 tower damage? Is that worth it for them? Cuckoo amplifies up Arteezy once more, blinks away. Starts to scream as Howl on Howl. There goes your Sonic Wave committal as well from Cuckoo. With a scream, he might be able to pick off at least an Necro Box. So they've lost their push, and it's Sumail on top lane, chasing after Raven, who's already starting his spin TP out. So they hold their tier 2 tower on bottom lane TNC, and do some chip damage to the tier 3 tower on top.
I really like that Sonic Wave cast. I think most players wouldn't have gone for that, but he identified that if he casts all his spells in succession there, he kills off the Wolves and the Necrobook, and that's probably going to stop EG's... And it did, because they're pressuring top at the same time. That Sonic Wave might have looked like a waste, but it defended a tower and it forced TPs to pop, so... Play from Cook. Read on the situation. Pipe finished now on Night Stalker, very nice item. This is a build you're going to be seeing more in this tournament. Night Stalkers used to go for Aghanim Scepter almost exclusively, but teams have identified now that it might be a bit of overkill on vision. Of course it's nice to have the vision, but you already have vision advantage just by it being nighttime, and then instead you can have a better team fighting impact. The problem with Axe is that you give vision and that's it. Now he's giving them team fight presence by being able to pipe up the team, having magic resistant aura, just contributing that way. You're generally going to see this build or Solar Press.
And he's doing both.
Item, and sometimes even both, yeah. And very standard. Could have maybe considered a Halberd this game. There's two good targets, both the Lycan and the Void. Void right now doesn't matter too much. Yeah, I like this choice of items a lot. I think the Pipe first is the best choice.
Judging by the speed of this game, TNC, the more towns they take, the more these fights continue, the more money they're going to get. They're looking for Raven. Universe going to Chronosphere him up. Sandmate nearby. Blink Lasso just controlling on Sumail. Torrent still doing its work. Raven into the Omni Slash. The Creep Wave soaks up a fair amount of the jumps, however, and Sumail keeping hot on his tail. So is Arteezy. You'll bring him up, and when Raven hits the ground, torrented up, he will fall. Sandmate also in a world of hurt, getting time locked over in the tree lines, trying to juke it out. He's lost his Firefly. He needs to blink away, but the urn, he jukes it! He went down into the small little corner on the left, moves down, can blink away, actually not even blinking, just goes for the raw TP out to safety. They will still lose the Juggernaut, but TNC, it could have been a lot worse for them.
That was really nice damage to get out. The question is if this push was like this movement from TNC was likely to succeed. I think at this point they need to realize that these fights are not gonna go their way if they set them up like this. They need to get the jump. If the first engagement fight is this, where they get the jump on the Juggernaut with a Chrono, it's really difficult for TNC to come back in the fight. And they did a lot of good countermeasures. Samage jumped in on the puck and locked him down. They even stole Howl and used it with Rubik, I believe. But still, it wasn't enough.
Universe, hard to chase him when you've actually got that sticky napalm on him too.
Tims needs to be careful with this gem. It's getting max rooted here. They're going to chase him down. If Sumail finds him here, this is really big.
He can't get close enough. Sandmate is also playing guard duty.
Yeah, Tims has to be really...
And both these teams are desperately trying to scramble for boards. That one dire obs. Can't believe there's actually gone full duration with the Jammer True Sight on the Night Stalker, but sitting in mid lane.
It's not a place that Night Stalker crosses too often. Generally going to be playing around the two sides of the map and inside the jungle to, you know, control bounty runes, try to find the aggressive wards on the hills and whatnot. So sometimes these quote-unquote obvious mid wards can actually work very well against a hero who is looking for the more, you know, intricate spots. And as you said, EG do get full duration on it. Now it's expiring though, so they're actually completely blind on the map, except for the creep pushing it. And that becomes increasingly important. This is danger time.
And so we actually look to see where Crypt puts down the Obus Ward. Where does EG feel they need to see more than anywhere else? They've only got the one available at the moment.
I think the Roshan should be priority right now.
Well, he is back up and running. With the Assault Cuirass freshly onto Arteezy. They have a lot of armor, a lot of tank, a lot of team fight, which they want to push with.
Yeah.
But having the insurance of the Jaegers lets you push harder.
This is a very nice luxury to have by playing together with Oracle. I think if Arteezy was not with Oracle, he might have considered a BKB as his secondary item, but he feels like he has enough protection from his lineup that he can go straight in for a very aggressive damage item. And of course the defensive, it's not strictly aggressive, he didn't go Deso, but it's a nice hybrid item, let's call it that here, that gives him really powerful stats in the fight.
A tier 3 tower's taking damage again for Evil Genius, is now down to 50% of his HP. This is that pressure from TNC. It's sort of wondering, like, just how hard does EG and how fast does EG have to push in order to stop this continuously happening from TNC?
They need to get an Aegis. With the next Aegis, they can go high ground, and EG push fast. Their lineup is fast with AC Necro though. If they successfully find a key pick here into Roche, we're looking at maybe next daytime that they will try to claim a lane of barracks.
Well, they're looking for the pick. Smoked up, moving through mid. Best target right now is Cuckoo grabbing that 28-minute rune. He's just farming up. They need the control, and there's your blink into a Chronosphere. It's perfectly done from Universe support on the way. Tim's going to be nearby, but they've already lost the Queen of Pain. Tim's will start his TP out, and they're going for Roshan. They burnt Necro books as well as Wolves, so they really want to make the most out of this. They're going in for Roshan. Look at that haste rune from Symbale.
TNC just going to give this away.
Symbale's coming up for 1437.
Yep.
1437 is trying to add pressure towards the tower. Okay, now Symbale's actually keeping back. Sam Mage, 5 flying over, blinks in. Lasso going to grab Universe. Remember, they've got no Chronosphere to work with. Underneath Roshan, who's already down to 1/5 of his HP. Support will arrive. Raven blinks in. He was almost looking to steal off Roshan. They had to trigger off the pipe. What'd you end up getting stolen? Okay, it's just going to be ripped for the moment, but 1437 hit by the torrent with the X to start it off. That'll do the work. They're looking for more tips. Dream called up. Omnislash nicely hitting on almost all the heroes from EG, but the damage being distributed perfectly, meaning the Crit finds himself a double kill. And so far, TNC haven't found anything yet. Crit actually gets himself a triple kill, throwing out the nukes to try and lock down Cuckoo. He got X'd. He'll quickly Yule set her up, however. Dispelling it off means he doesn't get hit by the torrent combination. Roshan is still alive, but EG, they will shrine up and go in once more.
That's a very big win for them. Very, very big win. They got the Queen buyback. They lost no heroes, right? They didn't have a single casualty.
Yep.
Buyback from Night Stalker. Did they steal his gem too?
They have the Gem of True Sight over on Crit now.
Yeah, so they stole the gem as well. This is like the more or less the biggest win you could imagine. I thought TNC were going to get a good fight out of this when they bought back the Queen so late because the Necro book was expiring. EG had been using a couple of cooldowns, but they still held together very nicely there. And the problem that TNC are facing right now is that they just don't have enough damage. They're not killing the heroes. They're playing into Howl, Mech, and False Promise. And you see this Omnislash jumping, and he's getting some nice split damage out here, but immediately has to play defensively. Goes into the spin, scared of the Ghost Ship, and this fight is already over at this point. No one from EG is even faced. They also have the Ghost Ship. Like, there's just so much sustain that TNC have to... They have to get this jump where Batrider lassos and Juggernaut comes in at the same time. And what started it all off was in that Roche pit. They blink lasso the Void, and the immediate X counterplay from Zai just makes that fight a walk in the park.
So there's the question. Maybe the answer to why EG are always grouped up the way they are. They understand that how TNC do the fights is perfectly counted when they are there as 4 as 5.
Yep.
TNC want these individual pickoffs. And the only person who seems to be a little bit further out of position is Symbale. But he's a puck. with the Yule Scepter. He's got a lot of get out of jail free cards as this puck.
It's going to be almost impossible for them to get the link in. Bad Rider didn't go Force Staff. He feels like he has to go link into straight BKB. So Sumail with this link into about 1,000 gold will be very difficult to deal with.
Looking for a kill right now. They're going to put down the sentry board 1437. He actually did a defensive torrent. But they'll end up losing his lives. There's the pickoff EG was looking for. They got Aegis Immortal. They want to push in. And the line is being done. Arteezy will go through the bottom lane and attack the tier 3 tower while the rest of EG are assaulting the tier 2. And this time around, TNC's push on the top lane is not adding enough pressure. Raven is on his way up. They can soak up the wave pretty quickly here if they want to. And maybe they can actually force EG into a bad trade-off position. But you've still got Necrobox. Okay, everyone's coming back. And they may look for bottom. The lasso, Sam H, he caught out Arteezy. They've got the Yules up now on puck, breaking him free of any kind of extra control. Tim's still in the neighborhood. Arteezy gonna try and fight this one. Crit is nearby. The Dream Coil, it catches 3 at the moment. BKB already expended from the Bat Rider. Welcome to your 10-second effectiveness of the BKB. It ends up with your Night Stalker dying and you not killing the Lycan. In fact, Sumail going back in once more. Not being controlled. But EG bailing out of a lot of those TPs that stop TNC from pressuring further.
EG are building a really big advantage at this point. This attempted split push from TNC top, they actually had a very good read on it. They were starting to hit the tower, and they got out of there just in time before Universe blinked in for the Chronosphere. If that Chrono connects, this could have been a complete disaster. Instead, it's like a minor inconvenience. Using their Night Stalker, they obviously lost nothing on their bottom tower at the very least, but still the map just feels less and less available to TNC. Now 8,000 behind on the gold. The key items coming out now. Finally, there's a Shiva's Guard here in the Queen of Pain, but the problem is you just got this feeling that she's still going to be very hesitant to go in. There's just so much damage and control and sustainability in EG's lineup.
She's trying to go onto Zai. X marks the spot. You still got the screen, the Sonic Wave available. Zai can let the ship fly, but you also have to protect the Queen of Pain, but cannot protect her from the Chronosphere. All damage. You got the Rift to follow up as well. Silence cannot blink away, and that is 86 seconds now without the Queen of Pain, and EG still itching for a push. They got the Aegis Immortal available for another minute and probably 20 seconds, so decent amount of time for EG to get the job done.
This is a lane of barracks if TNC can't get anyone to TP home fast enough. Raven's going to try through the mid lane, but he needs to chew through an entire tier 2. And so do EG top, but they're a little bit faster than this Juggernaut, let's put it that way. So they're already going to reach the base now. 1 full minute to play with.
They didn't even burn Necros,
and they know
Wolves,
no
or Howl. Like, all of these things are available right now for Evil Geniuses. Arteezy will burn all 3 of them in one big go, and that tier 3 tower, it doesn't stand a chance. Universe goes in deeper. Sam H again has to defensively BKB the Chronosphere, does split up the fight a little bit more. The Dream Coil holding in TNC, so Arteezy just does a lap around the Chronosphere to come in for the extra kill. There's in onto the Bat Rider, and TNC, they've lost control of this game now. Evil Geniuses taking the top racks, but what do they get in return here, TNC? You bought back on the Bat Rider, you're looking for a kill. At least Tim doesn't get hit by the boat, but they jump in once more. Blink the time dilation. You're going to get hit once more by the Torrent. And TNC, they've lost too many heroes. That one pickup on the Queen of Pain has now just avalanched into this EG advantage.
Yeah, they can probably claim Megas here. They didn't lose their Aegis or their Cheese, I believe, in that exchange. No, they still have both.
Yep.
Just gonna head straight down to bottom. And the key piece of information for EG here is that they know Queen. Oh, wait a second, they're gonna go in.
Oh, this is really problematic. Maybe with the Omni Slash, Universe can time walk off so much of the damage. Zai will go down with the Bat Rider. He caused a lot of confusion. The issue is Raven. Manta, break free of the silence. They still need to kill off Arteezy. He's in dog form. You'll set him up. Cuckoo wants more control. They got the screen. 1437. He's got nothing to really give. The blink forward. You can time walk into the Fade Bolt, reduce that damage, but Universe, now the cheese gets triggered, Sumail's back into the fight. The Dream Coil will control him. TNC will push in the envelope, but right now, EG are delivering the death letter to their families. TNC, they've lost 2 lanes of rags, and the third will be pending in a couple of minutes when EG's ready to push once more.
That's how fast the game can almost end when you get the right kill at the right time. EG with that kill on Queen was so big because it's not just that they're killing a key core, but it's that they know for sure that she doesn't have buyback based on when she bought back for the Roshan fight. They still have the Aegis. If Queen buys back in that Rosh fight right before they claim the Aegis, you know for sure that I still have Aegis, so there's no way she has buyback. Unless you've timed it perfectly, then you obviously know it's
Oh, Chrono, you've he got him. The torrent from Zai, they knew exactly where Raven was. Just trying to relieve a little bit of the pressure by pushing out mid, and then the spin TP. Normally, you're pretty good as a Juggernaut to get out of that one, but TNC, they realize it's over. GG, they've lost their Juggernaut. They still have no Queen of Pain. And Evil Geniuses, thank you, Samel, for deleting all of your items and probably destroying everyone's fantasy points.
Does that matter? I don't think it matters.
I actually don't know. Either way, Evil Geniuses, a solid victory, even though TNC definitely showed their early game prowess. Words, pro and west.
Yeah, it just got to this point where it got too difficult. TNC played their strength early on, as you mentioned, but the coordination and team fight of EG's lineup just became too difficult to fight into. And when they found those couple of key moments that gave them the Roshans and just a couple of good team fights, I feel like TNC's lineup just ends up being too weak, and they played against the clock and they lost.
Well, we'll have ourselves a quick break. We're coming back. There's so much more Dota still going on. So game 2 of this 2-game series, TNC versus Evil Genius, is our first series of the TI group stage here on Stream 1. We'll be back after the break. It is time for game 2 of TNC versus Evil Geniuses, the first round here on Stream 1. Of course, you can check out all the other wonderful games that are currently going on. Liquid versus IGV on Stream 2, LGD versus Fnatic on Stream 3, and Team Secret going up against Empire on Stream 4. So all the Dota your heart could possibly desire. My desire is to cast with Synderen. Luckily, my heart desire has been granted. Hi, Synd. Welcome back.
You got lucky.
Yeah, I did. I got lucky.
You got
yeah.
only you.
How do you want to turn that one around?
Nah,
All right.
I got nothing.
Well, would you believe it? Banned out in the first phase by EG. They are going to take out the Night Stalker. All the other bans look to be pretty much the same as game 1, with the IOES and Nyx being removed.
Yep. NS was Sand King last game. The rest is identical. And it's also the same team with the first pick. EG had the first pick last time around and grabbed the puck. It will happen again. And here comes the battle. I wouldn't be surprised to see an Oracle, but this time the difference is that TNC have already secured themselves that lasso initiation, where you go into lasso instant global. And then neither Kunkka nor an Oracle will be able to save that target. So interesting approach from TNC here. They just felt like in the first game that they couldn't fight, probably.
Yep.
And this time they want to make sure that team fighting will not be a problem. And Silencer is one of those heroes. At least the ability to take a fight. And it's about whether you have the damage. That, but he brings a lot of control.
First phase drafting as well avoids what happened in game 1. Banned out in the second phase, the Silencer. It seems that EG will still persevere. They're going to go for the Oracle second pickup to go with the puck. So they're going to stick to their guns of game 1.
Yep. And there's the instant Huskar ban. This time we might see TNC not ban the Veno. Last time they banned Veno first and then Huskar, and this time they're going the other way around. So this could mean that the Veno will be let through, and that they have other plans this time. Ban. I feel like the Lycan was actually a very big problem for them in the first game, but they also had Night Stalker. This time he won't have the Howl advantage at night. Perhaps it is not necessary. There might be other threats for them to solve. Really annoying in the first game for them.
It kind of got annoying once the mid game kicked in. Like once EG actually had their team fight online, then it seemed like the Kunkka was a lot more useful. But in the early stages, it was the Rubik and Night Stalker show. They were everywhere. They were all over everything. So yeah, I'm wondering if TNC give as much respect to that, or if they continue to try and play this fast-paced style of game. Can you do that with a Silencer there? Like, does Silencer drag you into a certain rhythm of game for TN?
You can compensate for his weakness. I mean, in a way, if it's going to be played by 1437, he was a Rubik last game, and I think yes, he helped with a couple of ganks early, but wasn't like very integral to the way they took fights and the way they ganked. If they picked a similar style of lineup with Silencer instead of Rubik, I think it totally works. What EG are, but they're actually targeting Tim's pretty damn hard on their bans. 3 in a row so far.
Stop his rotation, secure the laning phase, secure the mid game win.
So Lycan ban.
Well, I suppose that means Arteezy gets to play something new. Diversity rating now massively high. 2 different heroes in 2 games. Sample size. Wow. It's great.
Good for people who voted on Arteezy as most. Was that only team or was it player?
Oh, you had a player as well.
Player who plays the most different heroes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think I picked Arteezy, and I think I'm gonna be right in not picking. So far, he's gonna be tied for first. Okay. So far, he's tied for first. So.
Yeah, I picked Samael. No.
It could still be a
universe puck.
It could be. There's a TA ban again, very similar to last game. They did ban the Earth Spirit this time around, however, because Night Stalker was out. I can't remember what the third ban was of the last game from EG. Overall, you've got like the same feeling of flow in this draft. Minor adaptations, but not like big overhaul from either team so far. I think TNC won't go Jugger this game. It felt like in that last game that he just couldn't do what they wanted the hero to do. Maybe they can make it work now that they have the Silencer. We'll see. Here comes the Sand King that EG banned in the first game. So this is plan C or D for TNC after all of Tim's heroes got banned.
I like how you like it's plan C or D, but like you still like SK was meant to be one of the most contested heroes. Most people in their predictions had SK as the most picked hero. Coming into this tournament. I believe you're actually one of them.
Yes, I did. A lot of people picked Shaker as the most picked hero. I think he's going to be banned too much though. So far, sample size for this series is that is the case. I'm guessing in 1 or 2 of the other games that are running right now, there might have been a single Shaker pick, but the reason that hero is so powerful is its ability to play multiple lanes, multiple roles. Off lane, mid, and roaming is a possibility. just controlling that offlane, making sure you get experience, being annoying, having great team fight, and a pretty good laner in one. Shaker actually has a lot of good matchups. Yeah, we're not going to be seeing that hero.
He'll be banned as much as I.
More or less.
I think I had Night Stalker as my.
That could happen. He's
I-
also going to get banned a lot, though, I think.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you can't ban everything. Now we already have like 3 or 4 heroes that will be banned every game. That's not really how it works.
EG's going to approach this now with their Weaver pickup.
Interesting. Okay, so this is not a very common time to pick Weaver, and I think EG are going Drow. And the reason for that is, if you pick Weaver here and it's a core hero, it's strange to pick it into this lineup that isn't actually particularly bad against Weaver. Lasso is pretty good, Sand Kingston is more or less instant against the Weaver. You want lockdown and burst damage. Global Silence is good. So if EG goes the route of playing a core Weaver here, it's nice in lane against Batrider, which frees up Oracle, but Oracle is not the kind of support that wants to rotate very much anyway. He kind of wants to play that safe lane and just pull and get levels. So maybe this is a Zai Weaver with Drow Aura, or they put it mid or off lane for either Sumail or Universe and grab the Drow fourth. It has to be something that TNC are thinking. Triple range for EG, classic stuff, and could be Drow game.
Yeah. The more and more you look at it, yeah. But this is what we're looking for, right? In most of the drafts, especially in day 1 of TI, when you're still uncertain how the meta's going to go, a draft which you just cannot read. Like, you start off with exactly what you had before, it's the Aura Park, but now technically you do still have, like, still 2 saves. If you can get around the Silence of Silencer, you've still got the False Promise, you've still got Weaver's Time-Lapse, you've got higher maneuverability from both Weaver as well as Puck. Hard to lock down heroes, but TNC also has some really good lockdown. So it's from both sides, both teams have really good synergy and counter against each other. It's all about execution.
And I think TNC are digging into their reserve pool a lot here because they want to figure out what they do in case it's a Drow. And I think they might be picking ahead.
It's a Tinker.
Tinker?
Of course it is. This is TNC. Of course it's a Tinker for Cuckoo.
It's probably with the thought in mind that, okay, if they go Drow, we want to be able to hold our towers. Tinker is a pretty good hero against Drow in the sense that you have March of the Machines. Drow lineups want to like go together and push towers. There you go. And then you can put March of the Machines. You have the laser. G's lineup doesn't have like the best catch for him. You have the Puck that can maybe find Tinker, possibly get caught off guard by a swarm. But apart from that, not the easiest kill. Now, what TNC desperately need is some sort of physical damage because they have like zilch right now, and there has to be something that allows them to still get in on this Drow. I mean, it's one thing that you can stall it, but you need to kill Drow. You can't just let her stand there and like, I'm just going to march with the machines for 3 minutes and they're not taking the tower. Not how it works.
Well, do you get like some of the older counters? Like, do we look at Spec as one of the other?
Spectre is an option.
Other one counters, you can go to Light Stealer to work with the SK.
Could be a choice. You could look toward something like Phantom Assassin as well. I don't know how much Raven plays that. I think Phantom Lancer has a place in this game as well. A hero that Drow simply can't deal with. You jump in with all the illusions and she can't kill them. The only really good AoE damage they have is the Puck, which is pretty good, but the PL will outscale it eventually. And it's a lot less greedy of a pick than Spectre in my book, where you have stronger laning presence, you're able to join frequently and earlier. Haunt got nerfed really hard. There's actually a PL ban. EG, so they were expecting that and will last pick the Piranha for more than likely Sumail with this Drow aura. This also means that EG have no frontline whatsoever in their Drow lineup, and that sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. Maybe they can get away with it because they have Oracle to protect with, but there is the Silencer. I'm actually not that sure for EG because of this Mirana pick. Frontlining is not going to be easy when you're playing into Global and a Batrider.
But if you get that 5-second arrow, that's why I'm wondering if this is actually a Zai Mirana. Rotate with him and then let the Puck for Sumail go mid, let the Weaver go offlane.
Universe offlane Weaver?
Yeah, Universe offlane Weaver.
Yeah, could be.
Because who's really going to be controlling him properly? Like the SK closing distance on Weaver, as long as you can keep the vision up, you should be fine. TNC, we're going to see the last piece of that puzzle, and it is actually the Phantom Assassin you mentioned. Someone had to close the distance between the Throat Ranger and bring the heavy amounts of physical damage, and now they've got that. Damn Cuckoo set. Looks at me.
The Tinker?
Yeah.
I like the PA.
It looks like Robocop, but like Tinker. Okay, maybe Gadget.
I like this. I like this PA set as well. These outfits are pretty cool. And then for some reason, Drow has purple leaf shoulders.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know about that. What is that?
I don't know.
That doesn't seem right. It's like she just stole. Well, you know, like a big thing about like Drow Ranger's items, and she's like she steals everything in the.
Yeah.
Because she just picks up all the crap off the ground.
Pat in the woods.
Hey, would you want to wear something like that?
No.
Probably someone just got and said, "This is a fashion crisis," throws it to the ground. Drow Ranger's like, "I'm a fashion crisis. I'll take this."
Actually, it does look like a fashion crisis. This is like a bit all over the place. Okay, let's talk about the game though.
Yeah.
So I think in this game I favor TNC a lot more relative to last game. I don't know if they're favorites on this draft wise, but I like their chances better just because of the way their lineup matches up against EG's and the fact that they don't have a front line. If TNC's lanes go well and they have these key items come out, the Batrider, Blink Dagger, and both PA and Tinker have farm, I actually think EG are going to lose this one late game. I think the Radiant lineup is extremely powerful at team fighting this time. They solved that problem by having both the Sand King and the Silencer. They have good lanes, and EG's lineup is very one-dimensional, I want to say.
Crit, you're not going back for this, are you? Is he going to try and de-ward? He's going to de-ward the Sentry Ward and keep his Observer Ward alive. They're going to spend another 100 gold on this to try and stop the block.
Very nice.
And that started up nicely from 1437. He knew exactly, but he couldn't attack high ground. He didn't see up the hill, so he had to walk all the way around to attack it. I was going to say, man, that's a really great win for TNC. Now they can open up their pull. And now your off lane would be more scared, but...
I think what TNC should do is they give Raven this rune. He buys a sentry immediately.
How about Tims and Sam H can just kill off Arteezy?
Oh, that's another way of getting gold, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, Arteezy, you try and turn around when he's gone for, like, he's already gone for the precision aura. That's going to happen when you're running a 5-range lineup.
Yeah, this rune is TNC's, I think. They're going to get 3 rounds.
Crit's going to try and contest it as well.
He is going to regret that. Oh, Tims.
He didn't cut through! He ran around, and now, well, where's your Burrow Strike? It's going to be 3 runes again to TNC. That's how last game started, but this time around, First Blood will go the way of TNC, and there's nothing Arteezy can do about it.
He held the stun the whole time and used it as a finishing move when they didn't even need it. That's pretty funny. All right, anyway.
Guaranteed, man. There's no KSing in a team game.
Why not? Why not get the kill on the Sand King? I mean, I think it's arguably better to have it on the Sand King so he gets fast tranquils.
Oh, Zai, he found the courier. They tried to send it around the corner. Tim's Burrow Strike to try and cancel the attack. But it's the salve that was moving in towards mid lane for Cuckoo. He wanted to be aggressive against Sumail, and now they both have exactly the same thing. They're both double stacking. Cuckoo's running the Ring of Rosie, and Sumail's keeping the creep wave closer on his side.
Yeah. The players are going to try to avoid what we saw in the last game when I mentioned the double waving. Want to prevent that from happening. So you're going to run in these like weird circles to not get completely outnumbered on creep. Sumail has still managed to set up somewhat of a like 1.5 wave here. And Cuckoo will be pushed into his tower, but this is not too bad. Like, this is definitely manageable for Tinker.
Zion 1437 beating the crap out of each other. Raven would love to attack into him, but a quick Shikuchi away, having that early Blightstone makes Zion's harassment actually quite difficult. Not to mention he also blocked up the pull that 1437 was attempting.
Did you just say Shuki?
No.
Good.
No. I hope not.
You didn't. I just remembered. You had like this full year where that spell was called Shuki.
You're not allowed to actually start putting those thoughts in my head. You're meant to help me, Syndra, and not give me bad tics for TI. Like, that's the worst thing ever.
Here comes Shuki.
Shikuchi, damn it.
Oh, nice fast dagger there from Raven. Will break the clarity of Zai. So far, so good for the laning for EG, though. They're getting very good CS on both the Drow and the Puck. Mid lane is a bit contested once again. Tims is securing Cuckoo a good start on the Tinker. And as it looks right now with Cuckoo's skill build, he is doing the aggressive killing route with 2 in laser and 1 in missile. No marches just yet. Might still see him go the march route after this, just to have a bit of an early harassment build in lane. But it's very telling. His next skill points will be very telling for TNC's read on how to play this game, because I think both builds in this game are viable. One is, we think we're going to get pushed by Drow, I'm going to get March. And the other one is, we think we're going to be better at fighting than them early on, and we can just kill them before they take our towers if we max our nukes. Gonna see what he chooses to go for. On Brune, crits.
Yeah, crits on the run from Tims. Meanwhile, Samael as well as Zaya teaming up on Cuckoo, and they've got the damage. It's so much negative armor when you've got the Swarm plus the Blightstone.
Swarm, Blightstone, Drow Aura, and Tinker has no defensive play except lasering a hero. That's a pretty big problem in this game when you have these 2 mobile ranged heroes for the Dire in the mid lane that like to just be able to at least get away somehow. Has to rely on protection from his teammate, and Tims was not in the right position to save him.
I still want to flag a bigger issue. It's the fact that Universe once again is having a great offlane. Zai, with the pulling, completely messed up the equilibrium, but it's that bonus damage that he's had early on that's allowed him to go 18-5. He's got more CS than Arteezy has managed to achieve. And this is against like the safe lane PA, who's now 13 for 0. You managed to catch up a little bit underneath the tower. And, well, okay, there goes Zeiss. I did do something about him now. Cuckoo has the nukes, and Tims had the Burrow Strike.
Yep. Weaver has to be a little bit careful in the mid lane. The amount of burst damage that the Radiant has in there is really high. But this is something we've seen a lot of times from EG. They put Universe off lane.
No, that's not going to work out. Not so good there.
They put Universe off lane on this puck, and then he has either Drow or Maiden or both auras. There was a lot of games like that, I think, in the Kiev Major. And then they start out with 1 hero in his lane to help him get a head start. And they get a very farmed puck as a result. And that's what Weaver accomplished in the first 2 minutes, just helping out Universe, getting a good start, and then he went in to get that kill earlier. Universe, nice defensive play, getting away from that harass. Forcing a salve out of Raven here as well in this wave.
SMH is really trying to get up in the face of the safe lane of EG. As much pressure as possible.
He's gonna get a decent amount up here. This safe lane of TNC is, or sorry, of EG is not that strong. The Drow is one of the weakest heroes in the game until level 6. And oh, that was actually a kill.
Yeah. Zai as well as Universe once again. Like, right now, they're not even getting, like, the huge amount of bonus damage. There's only 10 bonus damage coming in from the puck, but catching him out. Again, try to get in the way. Like, 1437 throwing his body in the line, so Zai cannot continue to creep pull and take the farm away from Raven, but Raven can't survive this. He's out of consumables on the safe lane. He needs more life.
That's a big problem for him. There's only 1 tango coming. Sounds like he has to buy something. Die thinking about it. Cutting the wave. And toppling damage. So the interesting thing about this game is that every core in the game is having a decent amount of farm. Like, nobody's
Raven.
actually sacked.
That's actually a nice play. Phantom striked himself forward, so he got hit by the Orb of Universe, but Zai wasn't able to finish him off. Tim's also started his TP in very quickly, 1437s here, and they're going to finally secure. In fact, they may actually just have to give the farm to Tims. Yeah, they're sending Raven all the way back home. This killer Phantom Assassin is just getting gimped so hard.
That's not too bad if you look at the CS. Like, all the 6 core heroes are doing fairly well. I mean, Raven would obviously like to do better than this, but given the circumstances, I think 25 CS at this point against this lane is pretty respectable. And he would like to have more, of course. Like, it's not the perfect game, but as far as the CS goes, EG have a lead of about, I guess, on average, like 5 CS across their cores, and a bit of a gold lead here, but it's to be expected when they run a draw lineup like this. What really is going to make things come together is the first couple of fights, especially that the Bat Rider manages to set up for the Radiant. If they work, then this gold lead of EG will not be sufficient.
Raven's trying to kill off crit, rotated up towards the top lane. Arteezy with just a level 1 gust, dissuading Raven, but the lane change up. Let's see how long it lasts for. You've already got Zai here. Raven needs someone to jump back out to. They TP'd in to help out, but it was Sam H who went to the shrine. He didn't actually go all the way in, but Crit and Arteezy, they've come out so far to try and fight Raven that maybe Sam H can capitalize. Tim's moving up too. They see him thanks to the Dire Observe Water. Arteezy completes his TP out to safety. Zai, Chikuchi will get him away to safety, and Crit, well, he dies for the cause.
It would have been 2 kills for TNC if there was a dust on the Sand King. I think he's going to buy one soon. After that, it's going to annoy him that Zai was just able to freely run away there. Either him or Sam H might see pick up a dust of appearance. Currently just flying out another healing salve for Raven.
They have to give him something. Like, top lane is the best place for him. At least TNC could do, like with 1437 on the bottom lane, he can soak up some levels, do some harass range against the park, but he knows he can't contest it. Not until Cuckoo has BTs. Then the dynamic of this game can change.
Yeah, that's still going to take quite a while. Male in this mid lane having a good time. Generally, I would say this is a...
Gucci just got burned from the Weaver. They've got a 3-second window now to catch out Zai. Lasso's available. They're going to commit it, but the Dream Call from Universe trying to counter off the gank. Zai, he's able to Kuchi himself away to safety, and Bat Rider will fall. Is TNC being aggressive, but underneath the tier 1 tower. They get punished, and punished hard.
They got the tower down low. They forced 2 TPs, and EG have 2 low heroes, and all they got was a kill on Bat Rider, which was definitely needed. If EG didn't get a kill there, that wouldn't have been very good for them with that nice 3-man call from Universe. But yeah, good play from both teams in my opinion. They forced the rotation out of TNC forced the rotation and put pressure, and EG respond very quickly. And
suppose you got the puck off bottom lane. Raven has more space to farm up. You've still got Cuckoo getting more and more space as this Tinker in mid. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe the sacrifice, the aggression, and the rotation from EG was all worth it. Tim's Observe Ward down. Not sure if Crit knew what happened. 1437 starts his TP out. He goes all the way home. He ain't taking any chances.
Mid lane here. I still think this is going to be very crucial. Said the Tinker's BOTs are important. And Sumail and the Mirana, I think this is generally a fairly Tinker-favored lane, but the Drow Aura makes a very big difference. And in addition, there's been quite a bit of chaos in here. The Courier being snipe level 1 is actually the reason. We haven't really talked too much about that, but that was the 1k gold lead EG had, was the Courier snipe. So, mid lane Sumail sitting in invis.
Yeah, but there's a sentry ward. It's just a little bit further to the north. It sees Zai coming in, so Cuckoo knows he has to back up, but the arrow from Sumail and the Starfall damage, binding with the swarm of Zai.
Very nice kill.
Allows for a very good kill, but the timing of it was perfect. He's hitting it now 1600 gold. Really trying to get the BTs. Sam H.
Universe is taking a lot of damage from this flame break.
With the curse as well, 1437, the damage. They need more. They don't have it. Puck gets home.
First went Soul Ring. Puck. I think that's the first time I've seen that. So generally what he does is he goes treads and then into straight blink. Like he wants to solve some mana problems. We've seen Raindrop being the solution in the past. Raindrop +1 can often take you pretty far, but Soul Ring you definitely will not have those mana problems to push out waves. I don't think I've ever seen anyone do. Maybe it's been happening recently in games I haven't watched, but Soul Ring on Puck don't go hand in hand in my book. That's very...
It does seem like an odd combination, especially when you have like the natural regeneration. It's basically got 5 a second.
It makes a lot of sense. I play a lot of Puck myself, and often you find yourself without mana. But usually the way you go around it, as I said, is that you get a Raindrop and then into Yules after the blink, but it still takes a long time, and maybe he's just been testing this out, where if you go Soul Ring, you can farm so much faster that after 10 minutes it's paid for itself. And then it's better than going for the blink, perhaps.
1437. Just going to go for a quick curse over on side. Universe going to orb himself away to safety as TNC. They brought 4 heroes in bottom tower, and they still don't get it. The catapult too strong.
Arteezy activated the Drow Aura, and that range creep, or that siege creep, just did 100 damage in one shot. And they were not ready for that.
Oh, Cuckoo. He's not ready for this. At least he has his BT, so even if he dies right now, which he definitely does, he still has his BTs available, but Sumail going for more. 1437 burns the shrine. Sam H was thinking about coming into the regeneration area, but now this just allows EG to look for a third kill, going one after the other. Universe was going to be safe. The lasso just cannot control anything when Crit's nearby.
As I mentioned before this game started, if TNC get through the laning stage well, they're going to have a really good chance. This laning stage looked okay 5 minutes ago, but now it's starting to really hurt. They've lost 2 towers, they've lost multiple heroes. Top 3 on CS are EG's heroes. And EG are only going to get more and more key items now. So I think this laning stage didn't go well enough for TNC. That doesn't mean they can't come back and take some good fights here, but it's going to be a bit of a struggle. They might need to buy time, but I feel like with every minute they're going to get more and more out-farmed and get picked off. So it's a bit of a tricky situation they've put themselves in here.
5k behind, approaching 6k. At least the experience is only 2,000 in favor of Evil Geniuses.
It's the courier snipe.
The arrow. The observer wants a mail. Just saw it perfectly. Tim's had no idea what hit him until it literally hit him.
Sumail is playing without Moonlight Shadow.
Suppose when your team doesn't need it?
I guess so.
This isn't no Heroes of New Earth team. You have to Moonlight Shadow at level 6 start attacking.
I think the Moonlight Shadow is, it's also an aggressive tool. Use it to find ganks, set up arrows for yourself, but so far in this game hasn't needed it. And of course, if you go for this build, you have a really high damage advantage. Wow.
Well, everyone else is happy about that. 44 damage is being added to every other hero on EG at the moment.
He didn't take a talent either. Skilled arrow over 150. But yeah, the Drow is doing great. And usually what we've seen teams do against EG, when they run their Drow, is that they try to contest the Drow's lane and shut down Arteezy so that the team doesn't benefit so much. But then the other 2 lanes generally go well. And TNC's approach in this game was different. Focus on their safe lane and mid lane, and so far that has not paid off at all as they were hoping. I'm still waiting for TNC to try to make a move. Like, they finally have all of their abilities online that they should want to have. They have Global Silence, Sand King's on Epi, they have Lasso with drums, but they're not finding a play.
No, they've been here before. Like,
they're finding Tinker.
Yeah, bottom lane. Back to the tier 2 tower. Zai's nearby, and the laser at least going to stop him from killing him off.
Oh, Universe is so close to coiling there.
Man, they actually need that Aghanim Scepter up. Like, everyone needs to be blinded. This game. At least they're using regeneration root as bait. Sumail, hello! Through the arrow up, looking for a target. They go for the curse. 1-4-3-7. Doesn't that matter? Now he does for the global silence, allowing to find the kill onto Sumail. Sam H will take it for the 451 gold. And they'd love to get a little bit more. The tier 1 tower appears to be their target.
Oh, Universe.
Yeah, he's managed to find one. Burrow strike from Tim's missed time. He was looking to catch Universe mid-jaunt away. But Universe Dream Coil holds Tim's as well as Sam H in position. Crit. Not finding any opportunity. They don't have reveal against the SK, allowing him to go for another Burrow strike. You took the silence from Universe, at least allowing... Okay, no, there it is. The lasso is not allowing for anything. I was going to say, allowing Sam H just to watch everything going on.
Yeah, EG are dropping the ball a little bit there. I feel like they didn't need to lose anyone else than just the Mirana. TNC get more than what they came for. They got 3 kills, almost got the tower. And the
the Chikuchiing Weaver.
Lacking is physical damage. They can kill Roche pretty damn fast with a Crest, Swarm, and this Drow Ranger right-clicking. And Zai is going to be more than happy to die for the cause there.
Do you like the Silver Edge from the Drow Ranger?
Yeah, I do. It's strictly because of the PA, I think. And this game, the upgrade is valuable enough to go for it straight away, I think. It's going to give them a chance to kill that PA. As you talked about, they have the burst. They just need to be able to control him a little bit.
Really good scan from EG. They scanned just north of Roshan, looking for the rotation from TNC, and they pinged on 2 heroes. Already understanding the Tinker was in the lane and the SK was hovering around because they did more. They back up and hold near the tower where they have a little bit more reinforcements, babysitting Arteezy more than anything else. But now if EG want to attack, there is still that aggressive observer ward. Of course, Mr. Invisible Arteezy just walks straight underneath
Raven, I don't...
They see Tims. Again, this is how Tims died last time on the top lane. Hiding in the trees, thought he was fine, but the dire vision, the observer ward just sees when the SK is preparing his attack.
They really want to fight this? TNC are sticking around. If Sumail shows on this bottom wave, they could go for a play. EG are splitting up now. They're pinging him out. This is a dead puck if they see it.
Yeah, such a long way, but it is still a Yule Scepter on the puck. He just blinked. He orbed.
He's dead if he has
Question is, can he fade shift in time? He's able to do so. Global silence. He's got the Yule Scepter available as well. Breaking free. Universe into the phase shift. Not only does he bait out the gank, he'll escape the gank, and Global silence got burned for it. Bottom lane TPs are kicking in. Tims gets the Burrow Strike out, looking for the kill over on Zai. Rocket Supply 4. They saw which way Zai went. He went north. But there's no follow-up. In fact, Tims is going in into a different angle. It's to the Mirana. The Burrow Strike in. Arteezy, the epicenter is out. They dusted him up, so the reveal is on Arteezy. A gust creates a little bit of space, but not enough. Double sentries being planted down.
They just...
Yeah.
Oh, they stopped the TP out from Tinker. That's really big.
Cuckoo's got nothing left to fight with. 1437 can curse all he wants. Cuckoo kills himself on the edge of the Dream Call. The PA can do the work. Arteezy will fall. Both the sentries actually paying off. Now they turn their attention towards Zai. False Promise cannot protect him from the damage output that this PA can do. And they're looking for more. It's crit. Raven will have himself a double kill. Tims, the Burrow Strike, barely missing Universe. They could have been all dead. But EG will escape with Universe as the sole survivor of the EG war.
That is a really, really big gain for especially the PA. Look at that gold swing for him. 1,200 gold gained there for the PA, 800 for the Sand King, and in comparison, EG's heroes barely gaining anything. Just a little bit of gain for the puck, but TNC, this is getting scary now. I feel like TNC are leading the game, and you're looking at the gold. And it's like slightly EG favorite, but their game plan is just not working out well enough. And that could have gone even worse for them. If Universe isn't there with that very clutch coil on the Tinker, I think they would have been destroyed that fight. It would have been 5 for 1, 5 for 2 maybe. Sumail just has to be very careful. This time again, he gets caught by the lasso with leap off cooldown, or on cooldown rather. That's right. He didn't have it. He just couldn't really do that much in that fight on his Mirana.
Zai. Stalking, finding an Invis rune. If he really wants to do anything about Tims, if he has a little bit of extra help. They don't have that long range arrow. Crit's the only one who's nearby, so yeah, it looks like this is just going to be him trying to leech an Ancient. But Cuckoo is getting into a better position. Time and time again. Blink as well as BTs.
I think
hard to catch him out.
Yeah, he got the lens. You generally get lens on Tinker when your next item is the axe. Sometimes you can get it with Dagon, but I think the most common build-up is this exact one where the lens comes before the laser axe upgrade, and then you focus a lot on just getting laser on 2 heroes every single cast.
I just broke the smoke. They had that smoke for a grand total of 0.5 seconds. And he still got the Observer Ward down. They burned a Dust Charge. So the Obs Ward will remain. And TNC wastes initiation time.
Still gonna get the tower though. I don't think EG has any interest in defending something like this hard right now. Raven, by the way, building into Manta style. Oh, they're gonna hesitate.
The scan pinged.
Back off,
It actually clipped onto Zai, who was just a little bit further up on the left. So they're very, very worried about an EG initiation.
Bit of the scan actually kind of working against them there. They were totally fine, but they don't have the information, and gives EG a little bit of extra space to work with.
You see how defensive they are with their obs and sentry? Like they put both the obs and the sentry inside the lane on the bottom. So they're looking towards the tier 1 tower, looking for Drow Ranger to come in with that Silver Edge and move in to just attack. But it doesn't happen. Now they take the tower, and EG have continued to file up the jungle in the meantime.
Raven's gonna move in, start dealing damage to the tier 2 here. Puck gets caught by SamH here. This is pretty bad for EG. They don't have Oracle in any position to help. I think, yeah, they spotted each other there actually. But SamH has kind of made a perimeter here that EG aren't interested in coming into, so they're gonna go for the top tier 1. They will get it. TC takes a beating though.
But at the same time, the tier 2 tower's gone. So
Yep.
tier 1 and tier 2 for a tier 1. You'll take that trade, especially with the Tinker on the field. This is more space for Cuckoo, more money for Cuckoo. He's now 100 gold away from having that Aghanims.
Damn, that's so strong.
Yeah. It's a Phantom Assassin. Deso, Manta, and Vanguard. I'm not certain how they kill him.
They
and
have to...
if they even focus him. Like, do you focus a different target in the fight?
PA is the biggest kill they can find, I think. But it's also one of the harder ones. They need the Silver Edge attack to break Blur, and then they need to hit a stun. The problem is their reliable stun is Dream Coil, and that doesn't last for...
1437 may die here. He's a little bit out, but at the same time, Arteezy being initiated on that Blink Burrow Strike. He's the bigger kill. Starts his TP. They need a crit, and with the damage they have, it will be enough.
Oh!
Woohoo! Ah, goodbye, universe!
Oh, I love playing this hero.
You just love the Grave of Swords.
Oh!
Another hit, Zai!
It feels good just to watch it, you know?
Time-lapse this.
Yep, he will. But too late.
He's still taking the damage. He didn't want to go back into that horrible area. If he waited half a second longer, he might have been able to kill off the courier.
All right, Raven, slow down. Don't crit on every attack, then you won't have it for the fight.
Yeah, because he can control that. Just put down the lucky charms for a second.
This is kind of funny. You look at crit, and he has 7 urns on the Oracle, but he just can't use them in the fight because heroes are getting bursted too fast. Like, he doesn't really get to heal people up. It's very uncharacteristic to see this many charges on an urn in a competitive game. It happens quite a lot in pub games where you're not watching your economy with it. But doesn't happen many of this urn.
Maybe he's got to put on the Tinker every time he sees him. But
Yeah, that's pretty good, but he's never going to be in range.
Yeah, the range is the issue. Phantom Assassin are going to be on the run and evade the attack from Zai. Alright, Roshan is up in about 10-15 seconds.
Both teams can kill this very fast. PA, one of the best heroes at killing Roshan. Innately wants to go for minus armor, has the crit, has the evasion, so she can just solo it. Even with just this 10% lifesteal talent, can easily solo out a Rosh here. And
now
EG, they need to make a move
Blade.
now.
That Abyssal's so close for Raven. Like, they're actually going to have straight lockdown control now, too.
Got the bat.
Yeah.
This guy is going to kill everyone if they don't get him under control.
There goes the arrow. They're inside of Roshan. The PA illusions on its way into. They deal with it quickly. Committing Rift as well as some decent abilities. He's already triggered off his aura. And Tim's, well, wait for the timing. Roshan is low. Stifling Dagger goes in. Rockets as well. Roshan killed by the dive. And the epicenter! TNT! Lacquering it on top of Evil Jesus. Arteezy. Chris trying to keep him alive. Maybe it was enough heal. We'll see if he does pop or not. He doesn't. He's back to full life. They have the buyback from the Weaver. They need to win this fight, but Raven, he's in the thick of it. Looking for the crit. SamH will fall. They'll lose the Gem of True Sight. The Burrow Strike creating a little bit more space here from Tims. They need a little bit more here. TNC. They haven't done it just yet. 1437 will fall. Is there buybacks? You've still got Tims as well as Raven. This two-man Basher army killing off Evil Geniuses. Raven with the ultra kill. And Evil Genius is committing heavily into that.
Yeah, they bought back both the... What's that?
It was just Weaver.
So they bought back the Weaver, but they dive 5 heroes. Who even got the Aegis in
I honestly, like...
Aegis was on Sumail, and he died again. The cheese is also used.
Cheese was consumed.
It might have been Arteezy who had it. He got healed to full.
Cheese was consumed by Arteezy.
Yeah. But in spite of that, so they had Aegis, cheese, and a buyback, and they lost the fight. That's pretty bad. But of course, like the positioning EG are in to take that Roche, it's a huge gamble play. I think it was the right choice to try to go for it. But if they get caught like that, 3 or 4 man laser twice, epicenter, 3-man burrow, you're just not winning that fight. But they kind of had to do something. They felt like the game was slipping away.
They're gonna force this. The Burrow strike. The sentry ward was down. They saw him with the fresh abyssal play the front lines. Zai is gone. That's a dive back for him, and Cuckoo's looking for more. Crit has to false promise himself, allowing them to lasso Universe, bringing him down, and the bottom racks. It was evil geniuses that helped TNC fall apart. Now the shoe is most definitely on the other foot. And they get another blink Burrow. Crit will fall. Arteezy trying to be the cannon of the tier 4 towers. They will actually bring down Sam H. The PA into the back lines. The laser, the rockets, the bash. Arteezy will fall. And EG will lose a second lane of racks guaranteed. The question is, how much longer do they stick in this game? Do they believe they still have what it takes? The draw lineup has failed.
Yeah, it's pretty much failed at this point. I mean, it's still possible. I don't think they should GG out. There is a chance of getting a fight that they win. And the reason, I think the chance that they have is still that PA doesn't have a BKB. He might buy one now, or he might just go even harder on the damage. So they can kill Raven with the right combination where everything just clicks. Like you hit a good arrow, you get Silver Edge off, and everyone bursts him. It is really, really hard though. And I don't think they're going to win the fight if they don't kill Raven first. I think he's just going to slowly kill everyone together with the Tinker.
But there's no way they can do it though.
This Manta style was actually a really key pickup. He used it in that last fight at the Roche Pit to remove Fate's Edict. One of the good counterplays EG have to this PN just doesn't exist. When he gets disarmed, he just breaks it and kills the Oracle right away, because Oracle has to expose himself to even get that spell off. And he can get punished really, really hard by Raven. And TNC very well executed game in my opinion here. This is not easy to play. Like when you're playing against a draw lineup and you're this far behind this early, it's difficult. But they found the two fights that they needed, put themselves in a great position, and now it looks like Raven, no BKB planned. He's gonna go for the butterfly once he gets that.
Yeah.
How do you finish that?
You don't. It's just that simple. Evil geniuses can wish hope pray that he just goes in solo and away from everyone else from TNC, but they can't control. They don't have that wonderful chronosphere that Universe could bring in game 1. Instead, it's Tim's being the aggressor. Tim's Barra strikes catching out 2-3 heroes every time. He's only now just looking to build up his Aghanim Scepter. He's been hitting absolutely everything. I think he's done more control than we've seen from Sam H. Sam H is almost like that little distraction birdie, the red flag to the bull kind of thing. Go and attack this. Go and try and control this. Crit, you commit your false promise to control that.
That's actually true.
Like you can't.
He's level 15 on Bat Rider, and the Sand King's level 21.
You can't false promise 3 heroes in a line stone.
No.
And now you got the BKB at least for Arteezy. He has this, but it's got no way to give distance. Like there's no like. Also keeping in mind, like he went for the Shadow Blade, the Silver Edge to try and counter against the Phantom Assassin. He never was able to get his Hurricane Pike. He never was able to get that repositioning item, which you kind of need to have for Drow Ranger in the fight.
Yeah, it's a fair point that he could have gone for a Force Staff after that Shadow Blade, or maybe even before, and then finished the Silver Edge.
Oh, here they come.
Hurt him.
Moonlight Shadow, they're right on top of TNC. How do they do it? The Global Silence 1437, cancelling them off. Zai is low. Does he have a way out this one? Will he survive long enough? The epicenter BKB at least protects Arteezy for the moment, but Cuckoo into the trees. Spamming out the damage, and Raven crits against Sumail. Look at the damage! They can't even hit him! They're trying and trying, but the blind hitting the very, very visible. EG will lose 4 and the game. TNC will get a 1-1 result by taking game 2 in this first series of TI7.
Pick Raven for your fantasy team. I think he gave a lot of points this game. 19-0, 230 CS.
I can't bring up the board anymore. Yeah, Raven. Hey, man, Raven is one of the big ones. I think the only downside I think for TNC was the fact they have 2 series today, maybe. Either way.
Oh, they only have 2 series. Then I guess you shouldn't pick them for you. I believe EG has 3 today, and Liquid have 3.
EG definitely has 3 coming up today. And
I
of
know
course,
that,
there's a lot more Dota coming up. There's still probably the other streams going on. We're running 4 consecutive streams for the group stage. So every Dota, you can check them out from 1 to 4. They're all there. Syndra and I will be here on the main stream for the next 2 series as well. So we'll have OG going up against the artist formerly known as MP, and then Secret versus Infamous will be coming up as well. The other 2 games coming up later on with LD and Lumi. Newbie versus Cloud9 and EG versus Liquid. So EG will start and end our day on stream 1. Hope you're having a great time watching, and of course, Syndra and I will return for our second series. Welcome everybody here to our second series of Stream A for the International 2017 Cloud9, formerly known as MP, going up against OG, formerly known as a Green Banner. I'm Toby1, joined by Synderen.
Yep, the OG, formerly known as OG, with a different logo.
Yeah.
But they still kept their name, so they've rebranded under the Red Bull sponsorship, but they still, I believe the name is still just OG, not Red Bull OG or OG. We're gonna call them OG.
I'm only calling him OG. Like, it's not like we're gonna be like, welcome to Cloud9 G2A HUC Logitech.
Yeah.
Screw that shit.
Fair enough.
OG, a team known for their greatness in majors, known for their wonderful performance in the group stage of the International 2016, and known for their absolute destruction at the hands of MVP and TNC during the last TI, one of the biggest upset losses of the last International. How do you think they're going to fare this team?
I think it's really difficult to really predict how things are going to go this time around. It's like everybody kind of says it, that every year the competition gets harder, and I feel like we just see it over and over again. And yes, that thing last year with TNC was definitely a big upset, but we see upsets like that fairly regularly. There's a lot of teams that are renowned as the best, but the best are not that much better than the second best than they used to be. So upsets like that are more likely. OG are a team I think have a very good shot at minimum top 8. Top 6 is definitely possible. Top 4 is less likely, and then going all the way, I think, you know, I just can't say it. I think going all the way is unlikely for any team. That's the whole point. Like, there's nobody where I'm like, this team is making top 4, no question.
When everyone started predicting like who was going to win, like you could probably go down to like limit your pool to an 8, and then just find an 8-sided dice, roll it, and then see who's going to come up. And that's probably your best way of deciding who's going to win TI.
It's pretty close to that at this point. Maybe you narrow it down a little bit more and say like top 6 or top 4, but beyond that, honestly, going into the tournament is impossible to say. Maybe we'll know more after a couple of days of groups. Maybe a team really stands out as being above the rest. But with the merit the teams have going in and what we've seen over the last couple of months, I don't think there's like a massive favorite.
S4, you're on it. You're on it. Let it out.
Oh,
Let it out. Let it out,
S4 is ready
S4.
to play. It's like,
he looks at us like, Lich. Why am I going up
can we
against
play the main
Lich?
event already?
Just like, you know, can I just like sleep through this? Just, you know, no, just pick Arc Warden. Just Arc Warden it. Like, we'll just outpush him that way. It's fine.
Oh.
And a Winter Wyvern with a Nyx Assassin as the first 2.
Okay, so this is very different from what we saw in the last game, and there's a couple of things. So first of all, Sand King Shaker are banned again, or they were banned in the first game, and in the second game, Sand King got through. Earth Spirit Kunkka, lots of 4 bans. Look at that, four potential position 4 heroes banned, and a couple of them can go offlane. First pick Nyx, that was a hero that was banned both games in the last series we saw, so seems to be a very hot pick right now. And then Cloud9 grabbing the Lich instantly and the NS that we've seen contested. This Wyvern pick is really weird for me, because most of the time this hero gets picked up as a counter pick. You pick it for Cold Embrace, and you pick it for Winter's Curse, which both abilities are very strong against physical damage. And then you look at Cloud9's heroes, and you're like, what is one thing these 2 heroes don't have? It's physical damage. It's like the only thing they really don't do. They give vision, they have slow, they have silence, they have mobility on the Night Stalker, you have ganking potential, you don't have physical damage. Let's go Wyvern!
But it's just then one of those like flight things. Like I always picked up Phoenix because of this. Like Firebird was last TI, now it's Frostbird this time.
Maybe.
Like it becomes that lane harasser. Maybe it's another setup as well for a bigger AoE controller. We can look towards S4's Enigma play.
Darkseer?
Darkseer could also be another one. Like you just, I'm saying think like any other AoE control that Wyvern can do, where it's not about who he counters, it's who he synergizes.
They're not picking, just going for a flat-out bad pick on second pick. You know, nobody. That's not going to happen. It's interesting to me. I'm just curious to see what they're going to do with it. I love Wyvern. I think it's one of the most fun heroes to play as a support and very like unique in design. So I'm just happy we get to see it. this was just not the conditions I was expecting to see it picked under. So here comes the co-op for Cloud9. Alchemist ban, by the way, noteworthy.
Yep.
Both Alchemist and Anti-Mage. OG banning very heavy farming split push heroes, which is maybe surprising. That's something we generally see OG pick themselves.
The Anti-Mage maybe not so much. The Anti-Mage was another one of those heroes which we're flagging as a good safe laner for this entire tournament.
Yeah. Maybe No-Tail just doesn't like it at all.
Maybe just doesn't want Eternal Envy playing. It's like I don't want to get pushed into a position where we have to play like 50 minutes or 60 minutes worth of a game where everything can be just decided on one bad play. Or I have to always pressure Eternal Envy. Can I just let him be who he wants to be, but not farming to a point where I'm going to worry about what he's going to be? Either way, Fly. Now the pickup. And do you actually see S4 actually running the Nyx Assassin in this game? Or do you feel like you can run a 4-position Nyx?
I think it's almost only a 4. I think this hero is really weak in the offlane, actually. The problem that Nyx has as a position 3 is that he does fairly poorly in a lot of 1v2s, and actually a lot of 1v1s, and 1v3s you can get shut down completely. What's your recovery plan? You can't really jungle. You are not that good at making lane swaps and then suddenly being in another lane and playing that, because then you're also going to lose that matchup. And in addition to that, you have a position 3 who doesn't farm. Like, Nyx is a scout. So if you put this hero on position 3 and he starts running around, if you don't make plays, you're just falling behind as a 3 instead of as a 4, or even a 5. I'm pretty sure this is a position 4 Nyx. We're going to see the TA grabbed here for Ana, so OG definitely getting a comfort pick in that regard. Queen of Pain, not the easiest matchup, but it's definitely playable.
It's the confidence in Ana to also win that lane. Like, if he's got a little bit of help from Wyvern, maybe they can just harass the Queen of Pain out of the mid, cause a large amount of problems for Fada, and that's probably what we are going to see in the or whoever else is going to. The Night Stalker's going to be doing the same thing to the team.
They did pick TA into both a Quap and a Lich. Lich is actually not too bad. Ice Armor is very powerful against TA. I think it's often overlooked. When you talk about Lich, people like focusing on like the laning of Sacrifice and the harassment, and then you have Chain Frost, and of course Ice Armor is definitely mentioned, but it's probably a bigger part of the hero than some people expect, and picking TA into that is a bit surprising to me. To be honest with you, I haven't really liked or followed the logic in OG's draft order so far, so I'm just looking forward to being surprised with what the idea is here. But this, to me, if you asked me, if you freeze-framed this and you asked me who picked what when, I would have thought that this was actually Cloud9 counterpicking every time. Cloud9 first picked Lich, and then they got the heroes as counterpicks every time. Bit surprising. Here comes the Bat Rider. Good hero against Templar Assassin. Pretty bad against Nyx, though. One of the worst matchups Bat Rider has at all. It's a hero that can find Bat. You have Carapace against Firefly.
It seems like Quap as well as Bat Rider are going to have a hard time against that.
Yeah.
And, well, they go for the Phantom Lancer. We saw him being banned out in the previous series we had on the mainstream. And now he's going to be picked up. The 4th position.
This series to me just already, at least OG, seem like they have a completely different view on Dota than the last match. That's always very interesting to see when teams go in like this. You generally don't have an end result where it's like, you were right, you were wrong, but there will be some adaptations coming along the way where they're gonna like merge more toward each other. But right now, this is a completely different style of Dota from OG than we saw.
Which is exactly what they probably wanted to achieve. Like, we understand, like, Sebastian, their coach behind the scenes, Fly and No-Tail probably, like, hashing out as many ideas as we possibly can. And OG's biggest problem last TI was the fact that they were very predictable. You knew the type of gameplay they were going to play, the type of timing they would play, their exact movements. So, throwing a spanner in the works in the group stage is a fantastic, as long as they can still get victories, of course. You don't want to find yourself sitting on the edge of that elimination game. But definitely mixing things up, making sure that everyone doesn't just think you're a one-trick pony, making sure that people aren't confident going up against you because they know what they're going to get. And OG, a lot of eyes are on them, no matter how much pressure you probably take off them, because they're like, oh, they're just underperforming lately. They still won the majors. They still stepped up when the time counted. And this is something which a lot of teams will still have a lot of respect for. And OG, they need to keep teams on their toes up against them, and I think this is a really good way to start. It's still confident in its way. There's still stability.
Oh, that's a good ban. That's a really good ban.
There goes your extra physical damage to spend.
It's one of the heroes that you actually like playing Wyvern against, but Sven is good against PL and TA. Like, very good. And they OG have
so
chosen
much armor with ice armor as well if they had it.
OG have chosen to show 2 physical damage cores and pick 2 greedy heroes in both PL and TA. Like, I know last game I said PL was a less greedy pick than what was the other one I was mentioning, Spectre. But it still is a pretty farm-oriented hero, no matter how you look at it. There's greedier heroes, but there's definitely also less greedy heroes. Well, we'll see how OG distribute their farm in this game and how they put their lanes. PL is good against it.
It's a centaur.
Classic OG stuff. So yeah, offlane Cent, Nyx Wyvern supports, and these.
It's a lot of survivability out from OG. Like, is this when you start questioning, like, what does Cloud9 do? You ban out this Sven, you ban out that heavy amount of physical damage that he could have brought to the fight. Where is that damage output coming from C9? Queen of Pain does her Sonic Wave combination, and then it's what? What is this EE hero?
I think Venomancer is pretty.
Is that enough damage though? Because Centaur can just disengage with Stampede.
It might not be enough. It's either that or you go for some really, I think, possibly safe lane Ember, but you don't want to pick Ember into Nyx. That's a pretty bad matchup, actually.
Yeah.
But Ember is pretty good against PL. He's pretty good against TA. Good against Wyvern. And I'm just thinking about Envy heroes, and there's nothing coming to mind right now that would be amazing. But they have to choose, and it is
Juggernaut. The last hero that's left, which actually has enough damage and sustain that maybe they can fight in the lane. Clearance might be a bit of a problem, but if we kind of do also understand like the PL is not an illusion hero anymore, or isn't really an illusion. Very short burst, so the Maelstrom build on the Juggernaut.
Yes, Jugger is the type of hero that wants to go Mjolnir in this game, for sure. It's very high value against the PL. It's good against TA. You get refraction down faster. Good attack speed. You have the Chain Lightning proc to remove that. I
have a critical question for you. Is it really a Bat Rider when he's not riding a bat? Shouldn't it be Manta Rider?
Bat Raider.
Maybe a Raider? He's not a Raider.
It's a Ray. Manta Ray. Bat Raider.
But he's not bat. He's not a bat.
I know.
It's the person. It's what he's riding, right?
Yeah.
Like, I do think that's a nice little spin on it, the Bat Raider. But
we'll just say that's what it is. That's the lore behind it. Okay, it's fine. Don't worry about cosmetics. They all make sense. This Phantom Lancer is wearing a shovel and a triangular hat, a wizard hat. He's still a Phantom Lancer. Is it actually a shovel? It looked like a shovel. I put on my shovel and my wizard hat.
To battle go.
How far cosmetics have come. Okay, so anyway, let's have a look at the game as we pause. Okay, nice way to blow the steam out of that.
It's not a shovel. It's an oar.
It's an oar.
It's an oar. It is the humble drifter's oar on the Phantom Lancer.
That's a very nice name for a shovel.
It's a common weapon from L. I'm surprised. I am very surprised. But then again, why would he spend money on a cat character? He would spend money on a dog character.
Wait, what just happened?
What?
So Jarex is TPing to his own base and says his TP bugged, and then the Radiant are also saying we bugged.
All right, so they both bugged out when they TP'd out. Yeah,
I'm not sure what happened.
But AUI and Pylidea both committed their TP scrolls to go out, where it was only Jirax from OG who committed his.
Where's AUI? AUI is TPing top. It's not.
All right, so it's up to the admin for how we move forward from here.
Okay. Anyway, I wanna whether we remake or not. Wanna look a bit at these lineups because it's so different. Okay, here we go.
Okay, so no remake.
The OG lineup is very different from what we've seen as of late. Whereas Cloud9 is more in line with stuff we've seen. It's pretty fight centric. Has vision and ways of engaging. It has team fight and scaling heroes. Whereas OG's is a lot more, I want to say, counterplay focused. Like PL being able to disengage, Winter's Curse, Spike Carapace from the Nyx Stampede to get out, and then really greedy farmers that need time to build up. Playing TA and PL together is often not that advisable because of like you basically put yourself on the back foot for a while. Like
Yeah.
your lineup is just not strong at fighting back. But if they manage to get through that phase, they're very strong later on.
Doesn't this seem like that old school OG?
Yeah, where they were always playing like 1 or 2 saving supports. And then they play greedy core. I wonder if they found that that style works better again. I guess we'll have to see.
Well, you got the saving support that comes in the form of the Winter Wyvern, and in a way,
doesn't really save against this lineup, though, does it?
No, but that's also because you picked it so early on that Cloud9 were not going to say, "Hey, we're gonna draft something which you can now counter."
That's what I thought too.
But then you also have Nyx Assassin. You've got like the counter to almost everything they've got, so he can do the saving.
I think the Nyx pick turned out very good this game, even though it got first picked. We're gonna see how it works out. Hero is
Jirax. Is he actually going to try this? It's like, hi, father. Father's leaving go. He's like, no battle. No contest. I lay my wings down at your feet. Father. Okay, Jirax is not accepting this. Boots first. Nyx Assassin rotations. He'll keep Fada as well looking behind him. Thanks to the fact that Fada didn't get the bounty rune, he's not going to bring out the salve early on.
I like this laning from Cloud9. Very good. They're putting the Night Stalker mid in the start to harass the TA and give the Quap an advantage. Bottom lane they have Batrider against Centaur, which is a very Batrider favored lane. And then top they have this Lich duo lane that is able to get the wave back and annoy this OG together with a Juggernaut. Can't really get a kill up here.
Both sides are starting off the harassment. Eternal Envy's already committed his spin. No-Tail's got a Dragon Lance of Fireball, chipping down Eternal Envy. They're going to have to burn through. They didn't bring that many consumables to the top lane. So they're going to have to burn through a lot of their tangos already between Pilot Eye and Envy. He at least has the salve available.
They're gonna be all right for a while.
S1 needs to switch his build up a little bit. He needs to get that stick as early as he can against MSS.
Either stick or might be better to just rush the boots actually.
He's got Tranquils in his quick buy.
Yeah, the real challenge is getting to the shop.
Heh.
That is not going to be easy. If MSS can play this lane however he wants, he's going to outfarm the Centaur quite a lot because he can push this wave and then he can go and farm his side camp with Firefly and stack it if he wants. And there is nothing Centaur can do. So there we go. Boots picked up for Batrider, so head start here for him. Already up 4-1.
Bringing help up to top lane. Jirax, the double stun is beautiful. Pilot die. He goes for Frost Armor level 2, but that won't actually stop No-Tail from taking the first blood. They'll lose Jirax, but it looked like a sacrifice OG was willing to make by making him run underneath the tier 1 tower to line up the double stun.
You're generally okay as the team on the receiving end if you trade kills in a 3-on-2. That's pretty good. It was first blood though, so obviously good for OG, but if you go for a 3-on-2 lane, you generally just get a kill. And that's it. But the counter kill for C9 there was good for them.
We got a first little bit of a lane rotation. No-Tail has switched himself down to the bottom lane. S4 is going to head up towards the top, but in mid lane, Jirax with that haste rune. Just trying to cause problems. He stole from underneath the nose of AUI. But it's more of a keep your eyes behind your back at all times.
This is a very good lane matchup for PL now, bottom. This is part of the reason OG picked the Lancer, is how well he fares against Batrider. So you can always doppelganger off the stacks of sticky napalm. You have a good, reliable slow that you can can get in with, and you can actually just fight the Batrider when he goes on you. You lance your fight back, and then you.
I don't think Fighter really meant to do that. He blinked up into the small area just south of the Ancients, and then attacked uphill, revealing the fact they had an Observer Ward there.
Oh.
And this was scouted by OG. The ping came very shortly after it happened.
The ward only has a minute and a half left on it. They got the majority of the value out of it anyway.
Yeah. Just small little thing.
Yep.
S4's gonna have the time of his life now on the top lane. Eternal Envy and Pilot, know they can't kill him. Like, at least Frost Arm means S4 is not going to try and physically harass Eternal Envy down. No tail. I say he's fine. Like, MSS can firefight all he wants.
Bigger problem here for OG, the way I see it, is that all three cores of Cloud9 are having a good time, and this mid lane Ana is just not going to win. It's not, in the first place, it's not that good of a matchup, and he's getting countered really hard by this Night Stalker, and now it's only going to get worse. So Ana is stacking his Ancients, and he currently got Dragons and Ancient Prowlers.
Yeah, but he actually had a bugging Dragon. Dragon didn't move off the camp when he attacked. Sorry, one of the Satyrs. The Prowlers. It just stayed there when he attacked it. So he didn't actually get his...
Oh, Fly is...
boned.
Put your dead.
He's trying to fly over the tree line. He's out of range of everything until AUI takes to the skies. And he'll fall. Meanwhile, in mid lane, and looking for the kill over on Fada with a stun from G-Rex and that meld strike. It does the damage, but Anna's in trouble. MSS, the best rotation he could have asked for. Now you've almost got a level 6 Batrider under 5 minutes into this game, taking a solo kill on a Templar Assassin.
So it's still a very important kill for OG to get regardless. Ana getting the kill on Fox.
Oh, G-Rex, no, not like this, G-Rex. he got hit and petrified and desecrated by the frickin' Prowler.
Oh, that is not good.
They can't stack because the Observer was blocking it again.
They're putting a lot of emphasis on this mid lane, and they can get away with it because their side lanes are so good. Night Stalker hasn't even really needed to do much else. He made that very quick move top to kill the Wyvern, but apart from that, AUI has been targeting this mid lane a lot. Ana has skilled Meld, dodges the Shadow Strike nicely there.
Eternal Envy, do you want to go on to that? There's still a Centaur. Very deep under the town, but with the help from AUI, they got another creep wave here as well. S4 will have to make a break for the tree line. He goes for the Hawk Stomp, at least keeps AUI in position, but with the spin damage, S4 will fall. And Cloud9 showing they're not afraid to dive underneath those tier 1 towers, especially when OG are committing resources elsewhere, aka Anna now trying to farm the stacks. Yeah, there is that Prowler. He's not moving again. He refuses to get off that dire camp.
What is happening?
I'm not certain.
Is this... So, the biggest concern for me is that this isn't happening to Loda. Because that's how it always is.
All bad things come to Loda.
S4 is there. So, we have an honorary member of the bug-finding committee in the game.
Are we saying this has to be a Swedish curse? Why is Australia the one having to pay for the Swedish mistakes?
Yeah, poor Ana. This is really...
Yeah, the upside is though, G-Rex did do a triple stack of the Ancients to the south. So they have those to turn for, but as you said, like the Templar Assassin was not gonna like hands down win the mid lane, but you win by playing the catch up with Templar Assassin. That's her biggest strength. She's able to play the ancient game. I think Anna has had enough. He's gonna take the bottom.
Oh, top lane is 4.
Yeah, quick hoof stomp, but once again he hoof stomps the Night Stalker, spin from Eternal Envy, he's gonna be unaffected. And S4 will die once more. But the trade-off is G-Rex flying No-Tail, pressuring the bottom, and now No-Tail, even with these kills coming the way of Eternal Envy, No-Tail is contesting him for the highest net worth position. It's only like 100 or so away from each other.
Yep. We're evening out the tower score here. Both safe lane tower's gone, minute 7. That's pretty early. But sometimes rotation just play in favor of this.
Yeah.
And now, honestly, the big story of this game is going to be the next 10 minutes. Like, does Ana get to farm a lot or not? The stacks will need to be contested by Cloud9, and they will need to be continued to made by OG. S4 has a long recovery curve ahead of him. This, I think, is a really hard Centaur game, personally.
Ana actually didn't do his stack.
Nope.
That Dire stack is still there, so Jirax is lining up once again to stack it. Alright, I want to see if this adder is just permanently rooted to the ground. No, he's fine. He'll move. Just seems like when he's attacked at the start, he's like, I refuse to leave.
And now the stack failed, though, because now there's a ward.
Yeah.
I wanted to... started getting paranoid, like, why is this happening?
Is there an invis hero? Is Nice Looker just sitting on a cliffside nearby? Just blocking this? Like, what's going on? S4 might be in trouble once more. Eternal Envy just commits the Omni Slash. S4 misses the hoof stomp. Eternal Envy very quick into the Blade Fury. Allows him to be immune and just spin away from the tier 2 tower.
0 on Jugger.
That's a beautiful sight, man.
Having a very good start here. Bottom lane, no tilt. There's a haste on Fata, though. He doesn't have Sonic Wave.
14 one-charges on no tail, however. He's got... Okay, now he's going to commit them. One more lance is available. Support will not come. Nyx Assassin's too busy trying to help Ana take the stack. He's doing these line impale stuns to give Ana that time to attack in. He's only just got his treads to arrive.
And you have to take this in one go because the Prowlers are healing the camp up very fast.
Yep.
Again, and once the Acolytes start dying, you farm this pretty fast. So.
It's gonna be nice for Jirax too. This is some good levels for him. Get him closer to having his level 6 so he can be that proper rotation. But meanwhile, all this is happening. Eternal Envy basically dominates the top lane with the help of Highlight Die. There's nothing S4 can get out of this. So you're delaying the Blink Dagger and progression on the Centaur. Are you still okay with this? Considering the trade-off you're taking, like farm for a Templar Assassin for a slowed down Centaur.
I don't think they have much choice. This lineup of OG is very slow, so they're kind of at the mercy of what Cloud9 wants to do, and then they counterplay the best they can. Okay, you guys are top, we're going to farm the bottom AD stack and push bottom with our PL. Okay, you guys are going to rotate, we'll rotate somewhere else. They're not willing or really able to take the fights, and in this game, S4 is just going to get sacked. I'm not sure where he can go, really, at this point. Once the Blink Dagger comes out later, he can have some big plays, but for now, he's kind of just screwed.
It's the OG space creation, right? I guess what they've done time and time again in the past is watching Ana just go ham, and then S4 can sit on the top lane farming. Snowtail's having a really good time with his farm on bottom lane. He's getting solo experience, causing real problems for Fada. And once his Diffuser Blade is up, he's also a ganker, he's also a hunter. A real problem for Cloud9, and that's when maybe we turn our attention to Eternal Envy. Going for the Ring of Aquila, going for the early drums. He looks to be going for a very combat kind of style, but is this going to be enough items to deal with the OG aggression when it comes? Speaking of which, Jirax has his vendetta because of that ancient stack. Scouts out 3 heroes moving towards the top lane.
Big info.
They even Sentry just to be safe. The Sentry ward for the Radiant side is a little bit too far over. Now the stun, it hits on Eternal Envy. If they can kill him up before he gets his spin, no, the spin will happen. The Cold Embrace tried to also save S4, who was in a little bit too deep, but it's OG. Even with the information, they still cannot take the fight.
That was so sick from MSS. He instantly used Flame Break to knock the Centaur away so he didn't get the hoof stomp on. And after that point, I like that play from OG of trying to go for the Jugger the way they did. MSS was just way too fast, and OG didn't have good enough position to make that kill happen. The idea was good, the execution was just out of place. Yeah, very nice out of the Batrider.
They try to protect that healing ward so much. Actually got through his full duration anyway. Just keep pressuring top lane. Notel will have to be up here to defend it. So S4 is finally getting that space he wants on bottom lane. With no tier 1 tower and the tier 2 tower taking a little bit of chip damage, looks like Cloud9 are still focusing more to the northern side of the map.
Meanwhile, Ana is getting a lot of cleared 2.5 ancient stack now, I think.
Number 1 net worth, 5.6k.
Yep.
Compared to the Quap, who's 4.5k. Not exactly certain what AUI wants to achieve in the mid.
Trying to get into their heads here. He's trying to pretend that there's more pressure being applied here, or that there are other heroes in the neighborhood. Sometimes going for, like, it's such a low-cost play, right? He pays 100 mana to maybe try to mislead or intimidate a little bit. Dota is a very mental game a lot of the time, so it's like, oh, there's heroes missing Night Stalkers running toward me, be ready to TP mid stuff, and then...
They scanned for it. They were worried about it. The scan happened to the north side of the tier 1.
Basically got into their heads a little bit there at no cost, so good stuff from AUI. And he feels confident probably because there's so little that can kill this Night Stalker. His plays are fairly minimal.
Yep.
Bottom lane, S4 again. I think they saw him. They saw him pulling. He's super dead if they get silence on him now.
They just found him.
Oh!
AUI.
That's some good fog.
Eternal Envy just backed out, and he already committed his phase boots to retreat. The creep wave's hitting the tier 2 tower. S4 knows something is awry. And in fact, now they just rotate in Jirax.
I don't think they...
I believe you're correct. Unless AUI wants to run underneath the camp, then they'll have a chance. But while that game's going on, the Blink Dagger is out on the Batrider, freshly to be revealed. They smoke up with Lich.
The biggest kill on the map except TA.
Oh, where's your jump? No-Tel, there's a react, doppelganger. Find the real one. No-Tel is trying to retreat back. He's got 17 one-charges available, and there's your Stampede. The Lich ulti flies forward. He's got no way to dodge it, and that will be a blink into a kill. At the same time, Nyx Assassin dies on the bottom lane. AUI is looking for more, but Ana is nearby. Has his full Desolator completed now, and they will not fight.
S4, he doesn't have Stampede now.
Oh boy. Thought he wasn't going to fight, but now Wyvern TPs it, needs to get that cold embrace off. Goes for the curse, holding Eternal Envy in position. Ana waits, hits him with the Mel Strike. They need more damage. Eternal Envy, the healing water's doing work, but no, AUI, the Void, Envy. Ana couldn't reach him. Side blades are just not big enough.
He stopped him mid-attack animation with that Void cast. Barely getting.
And now he wants to deny the rune. That ain't happening.
So they forced a TP and a curse out of Wyvern at no cost, except that they didn't get the kill on the Centaur. And that gives Pilot Eye a lot of time to get some wards out here and getting some good information on the map. They pushed in top very nicely onto No Tail, so know very well what's going on. This game right now, with the exception of TA, is looking very, very Cloud9. Getting so much out of the map. Much threat.
They've got better initiation and better vision control through AUI as well as now through the Blink Dagger of MSS. Yeah, they're really trying to capitalize on their advantage, because I think they also understand though, like even with all this initiation, if OG have time to farm up.
Wait, Envy?
Is he baiting with this spin TP out?
That is so Envy. This is like ultra next level.
I'm leaving the fight, which is the damage we require to actually win the fight, but we'll still win the fight because there's enough confidence in the rest of Cloud9 to not kill off Fly, who's retreating back to the T1 tower. The Lich holding Cold Embrace, he'll get a little bit of levels. Void level 4 is available. They'll still kill off Fly.
I think this is the first time I've seen someone spin TP out of his own gank. I mean, I guess it kind of worked. I just think he didn't need to do it. OG were already backing off. He didn't really find any information or...
He came straight back to the lane, like he TP'd to tier 2 and then just ran straight back into the lane, so it was intentional.
For sure. It would have been really nice if OG wanted to go for him. I think he was hoping that they were going to curse him and try to fight, because then his teammates coming in could go for a great counterplay.
Pilot Eye slowed down. Fada's already triggered the shrine, so Pilot Eye won't have that regeneration. Jirax gets with a stun. Ana, one quick meld strike, and this Lich, for all the armor he might have, he won't survive, but they bring in the extra help. PL's arriving. Fada wanted to run. Sonic Wave not worth committing. He's down, and AUI. Jirax has stun in 1 second time. They'll remove the vision. The stun, it doesn't reach. The Impale of Jirax cannot get that far, and AUI will be able to get back out to safety. And OG, originally they're looking for Roshan. Maybe now they just take the tier 1 tower top.
It's really big for them that Ana has this much farm. He is doing all the damage right now. That fight he got, I think, 2 meld strikes off. The Patsa reinitiating on the Queen of Pain turned out to be a big mistake. I think he had the right intention though. Next to their shrine, they could have TP'd in heroes to help and maybe take that fight, but
Here we go, Blink Lasso, they found a big one. It's Ana, they'll protect him already with a Cold Embrace. As now the curse onto Eternal Envy. S4 prepping himself, but they just stampede out. OG make the call, this is not worth the squeeze, but maybe they still find Ana. He has a TP, killing off MSS, but the Omni Slash, Refraction was down, didn't have Meld as an option. N0tail and Fly, both hit by the Sonic Wave of Fada. N0tail escaping out if possible. Now the Lich Ulti flies forward, he will go down. Fada claiming that kill, no doppelganger to work with, and there was not much that G-Rex could do to help. Not once that Chain Frost went.
The silver lining for OG here is that there's no darkness, so I think C9 still are not in a position to really take any buildings right now, or get any good vision out. Jerax is still scouting. Pretty confident with his move, running through the river. Sentries there. Or his Vendetta is going to expire. Really learned too much there. Back toward mid. So Cloud9 still looking pretty good. I like this a lot. Also, by the way, the rushing of Orchid against the lineup he's facing is extremely good against Wyvern and Nyx and PL. An absolutely great item this game. We see most Queens today go for the Veil first, but I think the Orchid build has a lot of merit in many games still.
OG are coming. They found a target. It's going to be Night Stalker. They do that instant stun. Hoof Stomp Blink does the work with the Meld. At least he's got the Frost Armor. AUI very tanky on that Night Stalker. They'll finally kill him off. The curse on the Queen of Pain. Eternal Envy is currently killing his teammates at the moment. N0tail wants to keep burning off the mana. That's why the Illusions run forward to help out. And OG, they could have just gone for Roshan instead. That line was very quickly drawn, saying they want to fight first. And then into a tier 1 tower once more.
S4 is ready to jump, but he's on the wrong side. Maybe he can find Envy.
N0tail's all around him. The blinking from MSS, but Templar Assassin went with S4. They initiated into the backlines of Cloud9. Oh, and Cloud9 was initiating the backlines of OG. Basically, skitter-scatter everywhere, hit with the Meld Strike. Bad Rider wants a little bit more time to survive, and maybe the life is there. No, S4 will jump forward, gets the double edge. They'll take the tower, and that was the cleaner fight that OG wanted on top lane before.
This actually looked like it was going to be a great opening for Cloud9 when they came from the bottom side, because S4 was standing on the stairs on the left, and he couldn't connect on anyone except Pylai, who walked on the left. So the whole Cloud9 team was on the bottom side, and one guy goes top, and that guy just dies, doesn't get any spells off, and OG kind of collapsed on them after that. So very big moment. They get the tower, they get the Roche, and now this game is all of a sudden looking a lot better for OG.
Yeah, this is that danger zone, right? Like OG, we're talking about their strength once their heroes come online, once we hit that mid-game for them, and it's happened. We're hitting the 20-minute mark. This is where we begin the mid-game. Cloud9 haven't got enough momentum behind themselves. They've taken one tier 1 tower in 20 minutes, and now they've lost all of their own tier 1 towers, and the tier 2 tower on bottom lane is down to half life. This is problematic to say the least for Cloud9. They need their initiations to start working again.
Absolutely.
But it was also a bit of an unfortunate thing for MSS. Like, he blinked onto TA the second the TA jumped forward as well.
Yeah.
Like, you couldn't have planned like one of those, oh, crap moments.
Yeah.
Any harder than that. That was bad for MSS.
Well,
after a great play so far.
At the end of the day, what sets it up is that Pi goes north and the rest of the team goes south. Because if there isn't even a target, then that jump is never going to happen.
Yeah.
But one hero went the opposite way, and maybe Pi did it deliberately. Maybe he wanted to get jumped. It's like, if you guys are going to commit on my Lich on the back line, my team is going to win the fight, but they didn't.
That's when you got the confidence that you're going to do more burst damage than a Templar Assassin.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, because if you're doing that, you're splitting the fight. It's like, we get our kill, then we move over to help.
But Envy didn't have mana. That was the problem. He was already burned by PL before the fight began, so Envy had to choose between using Spin and Omni Slash. He doesn't have a magic wand. I don't even know if their team has a pair of Arcane Boots. They don't. So he was kind of just...
he can't even choose to use Omni Slash. Like,
he didn't get it off in that fight.
If he's going for a PL, like, how do you even Omni Slash anyway?
Yeah, well, there were other targets. He could have maybe Omni Slash the Wyvern or the Nyx and just killed them after the Cold Embrace was used, but the play wasn't even available. And that's... Cloud9 need their tools. You can't play these team fights without a Juggernaut Omni Slash right now. It's just not... It's not going to work.
So the Orca got completed up over on Fada. Already N0tail's building into Amanda Star to try and counter his effect. Ana won't be so lucky. He's going to go for direct damage. He's going Hurricane Pike as his next one. After the Blink as well as Desolator. So wanting that distance. They found him. They found him in the trees. Stampede just gets S4 in range for the hoof stop in time. thought he could be clever to creep skip it out. Now, no Queen of Pain for 41 seconds. OG should take tier 2 tower from this.
Most likely will.
What's your rebuttal? Like, MSS and AUI on top lane? Like, it's up against a already fat PL.
Yeah, it's not too easy anymore for the Cloud9 side. I think they have to itemize to deal with PL. It's kind of a requirement for their lineup at this point. Speaking of PL, he's kind of just running into Night Stalker. This could get awkward.
For Night Stalker, definitely. Jirex going to get the stun off. Meanwhile, the hoof stomp on the other lines. AUI will get burnt. Eternal Envy starts his TP. S4 controlled him as long as he could. The Fly couldn't get there in time for Curse.
OG after a pretty hard start. I can't really tell you if the laning stage even went poorly for them. I think it went as expected. They were expected to lose and fall behind and then come back through a couple of good plays, and they've done it.
I think the only thing that was probably hard was the ancient problems. Close for Ana, like the fact they went for a stack and failed it 5 times.
Oh, bottom area.
Yeah, smoke up. At least catching Pilot died. The double trap and the jump forward. Yep, not catch the... Okay. This Templar Assassin just doing what she does best.
Yep. Remember when I said Ice Armor is good against TA?
Yeah.
That was one of those cases where you couldn't see it.
Hey, no, you could. He would have died in one hit as opposed to 2 hits that Ana was forced to take. Value of time.
G are getting really far. Now that they've managed to get through that hard stage of the game and both the PL and the TA are getting this much farm, it is really difficult for Cloud9. I think they had a couple of key moments that they just got outplayed in and that failed. And if that's what happens against this kind of lineup, it's one thing if you don't succeed and nobody dies, but their plays when they were stronger, they lost. And that is what they couldn't afford. And at this point, it's kind of a comeback game for them, where they need to find a really good pick with maybe, as I said, some sort of way of itemizing against this PL. Maybe a Mjolnir as next item on Envy could help. Could even get something on the Queen of Pain to help out. He's going BKB as it looks because he's tired of dying from full HP.
It just seems so problematic for Envy to also still go into Mjolnir. Like, at least he's got the stats and potential evasion that comes from Amanda style, as he just runs into the wave, spins and kills it. But I'm still concerned it's just not going to be enough. Like, the damage output's just not there. And then you got a little bit more protection on the way. So, Lotus Orb build up from the Centaur. Nyx Assassin's already got his, like, Jirex is just going for the Roar. Exactly what he needs. Blink and Arcanes. Doesn't need much more than that for this Nyx Assassin. Blink in to stop the Bow Rider. Bow Rider can't, like, now he's got his BKB, at least MSS. Like, again, like, it seems the smoke timing and all the pressure is on MSS's shoulders to get these initiations off when he gets a big item. And that BKB is going to have to do work for him. They have Medallion, they can focus the target nicely. They got the Ice Armor for survival. S4 was scattered moving up towards the shrine. They're scanning to see where else he goes. Fly, gonna scout at MSS, the Blink Lasso. It's over on the wire, but not the target they wanted, especially when the Stampede kicks in. A double Hopstone. The Omni-Slash Fly is low. The BKB is finally from MSS. The chain from OG! The damage! They were not expecting that! Jirex will fall! Cloud9 just got the greatest fight they could have ever have asked for! OG will be wiped from the face of the earth, and they get the biggest one at the end. And it will go down for 3-4-3 gold into MSS.
Okay, that was such a sick Chain Frost. And it looked like it was gonna not be that good for Cloud9 because MSS didn't get his BKB off before he got stunned again, still stayed alive. They fought under a shrine that was never activated.
Paladin needs a moment to pat himself on the back.
That's good. We're going to see this one again.
Yeah, see it in battle view.
So here comes the Omni-Slash, and Fly still gets Cold Embrace off, and then they're just starting to stack up really nicely. There it is.
Boom, 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 boom.
3 or 4 heroes under Firefly. Chain Frost hitting like 8 or 9 times there. And what an absolute trashing of a fight. 5-0 white. All right, that's what it took to get them back in the game. Huh? That wasn't too hard.
Yeah.
Now it's interesting again.
Yeah. Cold advantage just shifts 6,000.
And this is one of those interesting moments where it's like, when you watch the replay and you're OG, your conclusion is going to be, why didn't we just let Wyvern?
Yeah.
They got a Wyvern caught and they stampeded their Centaur out. It was 1 casualty at position 5.
But it looked really good as well. Like the double hoof stomp, it looked really good. And then all the momentum leading up to this had to be sitting in the minds of OG going, we've been winning this, boys.
Yeah.
Like, this is our time to destroy.
To lose the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, okay, maybe that's
Good
not so
kill.
correct.
Nyx and Centaur combining.
Yeah, they've still got a long way to go, Cloud9. Like, okay, you just got yourself the greatest fight to get you back into the game, but you're still fighting uphill against a lineup that is just rolling with the punches. They've still got all the items that they wanted to have. They've still got all the abilities, like, at the level they want it to be. OG will keep the pressure up, and this is something which is very, very difficult to contest. And it's always, again, like, I think, like, the smoke plays, there's only so many Cloud9 can do. There's a reason why there's a limit on how many times you can buy smoke.
Yep. They will have darkness now, though, so it's going to be a long night.
That vision advantage from AUI. But is that enough?
Well, it helps. They probably need a gem, I think. The Radiant should get a gem on the Batrider now and start trying to clear out the vision so that they can start making the moves again. They want to set up fights like the previous one where they get the jump and they force the action. And the gem is multi-purpose. It's not just against the wards, it's also good against the Nyx that the Batrider really wants to play around. So I think it's really a good investment right now. And they might be like, it's risky and whatnot. Maybe they don't feel the flow of the game the same way that we do when we're watching it, but I think at this point Cloud9 needs to play risky. They need to get something going. With that
They're
gem.
trying
Take
to.
the risk.
They're looking towards Roshan, and both teams are set up nicely for this. So Cloud9 have the ward really close towards the pit, so the Observer and Sentry about to time out in 3 seconds time. And yeah, you're seeing now C9 doing something about the aggressive wards that OG had down. But OG have 2. They have another one just a little bit further up west in the lane.
Why is Lich going phase boot Shadowblade?
DPS Lich. It's the Pyrian special.
I like Pyrian, okay? I like Pyrian.
Actually,
but I really don't think Pylai would be inspired to buy his item builds. That's so unbelievable.
What was
Pyrian has other
build,
strengths.
That was a
He's
build
okay
that
at full, for
the PPD was talking about. The Mask of Madness into Maelstrom build over on the Lich. You get a huge amount of physical damage out of it. Presumably it wrecks.
It could just be a quick buy and he's going to turn into a Glimmer. You know, you just get one of the items that has the Shadow Amulet in it. But now he can afford it. So now we're going to see what the decision actually is.
Or maybe it's just him like going, I got a great ulti off before, I need to ulti the bottom wave first to get that money.
I mean, it is a good positioning item for sure. It's not that. It's just so uncharacteristic, especially for Pi. Buy this kind of item.
It seems such a risky thing to do, throw your ulti out when Roshan could be coming up.
He's playing for late game.
I know it's a 1 minute cooldown.
Talent.
Like just over 1 minute cooldown, but like there's no tier 2 tower for Cloud9 to claim here. For OG to claim here.
Nope.
And there's no ward they have that actually sees any heroes. They're sending illusion after illusion. So OG are really hoping the Cloud9 come out to them to fight. It's almost like they're trying to play bait with like a whole bunch of PLs, which is exactly what MSS doesn't want to go on.
Now OG have split up again. They TP'd away the TA. She's going to farm Ancients.
Roshan's alive.
Yeah, that's actually not the best timing ever to TP away.
Both teams are aware now. So MSS was able to sticky napalm into the pit, and the TA traps all the rest.
Could get dicey if he gets caught here. He does get away in time.
Mass defensive. He's got the hood, he's got the plate mail, so he's got the armor and the magic resistance, plus raindrops on top. Anything that will save him. And Notel's turning this into a proper split game. With his BTs on this PL, it's very different to the old PL, but he can still use the Manta style to keep momentum going.
Yeah, they just want to shove in waves and get farm. It's a good farming item, as always. Every hero gets a pretty significant GPM increase by going travels. Efficiency. You don't have to buy TP scrolls anymore.
Oh, he just blinked into the wave. Right underneath, 3 Cloud9 players, he blinked into the wave.
This is with No-Tail being top, actually.
Yeah, and he just BT'd there. They should be aware of this.
My god, it's so risky.
But they're expecting someone from Cloud9 to come to the bottom lane to deal with it. And Fada has done so. Fada has a TP scroll, they still had that shrine next to Roshan, so there's no issue for Cloud9 to contest the pit. It's like both teams are playing a game of cat and mouse. OG keep like just poking a finger into the pressure point of Cloud9 and seeing if they can get like a knee-jerk reaction.
They're just getting more out of the map at the same time. They're finding more farm.
Yep.
Now all of a sudden the Centaur that was struggling a lot in the start has Blink, Lotus, and Hood. And the PL, as we talked about with the Travels, is going to keep ramping up, as well as Ana. OG's advantage, the primary advantage they have in this game is that their lineup is way bigger, way better at killing Ancients. So economy will eventually favor them by just being able to mine the map better.
They've got double defusals. Ana
thinking about it.
goes in for the arcane room. The BKB from MSS holds him in position. They need to kill him off. Manastyle, Ana will break free. Stampede, they need more speed. And they've got it. Back to the shrine and back to safety.
Envy got really unlucky. He omni-slashed the illusions the whole time.
I was still at the bottom. Oh, yeah, they're coming back. They have to come back.
Yeah, this is Roche for OG, more likely.
Should be.
Or maybe a pick on the way. They're thinking about it. AUI.
Sentries are down. Observers, they see everything. AUI just runs. And rightly so. But now Ana will give it a crack. And these Peon illusions just don't stop. Envy will flag himself again, and his TP's on cooldown. He cannot return to Roshan fast enough, but OG bailed. They're not doing it. In fact, they're smoking one. Oh, they're invis once again with the Nyx.
They're just very textbook pressuring still.
Yeah.
No Tail just got the bottom wave pushed all the way into the Radiant base. The wave is currently sitting right outside the Radiant base, and now the top wave will as well. And that's going to open up for OG to make a decision of what avenue they want to attack from. This.
They see the obs. They can't get rid of the sentry ward, but they send a couple of PL illusions up, and that observer ward's gone. And in they go once more. OG, MSS still nearby. Sticky napalming up Roshan, so he gets to glow that wonderful golden color.
It's daytime, they don't have darkness. They're just playing the game.
Oh, MSS!
Delay game.
He has a BKB. That's his 8-second BKB now down. And Roshan's already gone. So Aegis and Cheese gonna go the way of OG. Ana will take the Aegis, Notel has the Cheese, and they're stampeding forward. They get the stun. It's the Lich, it's Pylai Dai, who now hides inside of his Shadow Amulet. Okay, starts his TP, realized the sentry was coming in from Fly.
He almost made it out. Say something.
I like awkward silence.
I don't.
All right, so
I used to, though. You remember that.
Yeah, yeah, you and Puppy sitting there with your freaking glasses on.
Awkward sound.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me welcome in our wonderful. No, yeah. Anyway, that's history. So OG, you now have the Aegis as well as Cheese. You're looking in for your objective. Obviously, high ground is the next thing. That's the only other buildings they can start taking now. Do you go all the way? Do you just look to chip away at a tier 3 tower? Or do you continue to play the split push game? Does Roshan mean, like, does Aegis mean that much to OG? They're not on the clock. They don't have to push.
No, they don't have to push. Take it pretty easy. Keep farming. If they see a good opening and a pick, they can go high ground with that. But I don't think they're just randomly going to show up as 5 in the lane and just try to force it.
Yeah.
It's not a necessity, at least. It could work. They can definitely do it, but...
If you had the Aghanims on S4 by now, then maybe I would go for it. Just because you could survive the initial hit. We're talking about like how fast he's farming up. He's 3,000 gold away from his Aghanim section now. They're looking at bottom. Eternal Envy continues just to defensively spin waves down.
The issue here for Cloud9 is that OG are pushing the waves constantly, and they are not committing. Okay, here we go. This could be a moment.
C9's committing. They're going to find S4 a little bit further to the north, but it's the bottom lane where Juggernaut is already down. Vana protected by his BKB, blinked into the tree line. Do they see him in time? They jump down, destroy the trees around him, but Eternal Envy is picked. And OG, that is more than enough confidence now to go high ground.
Yep, that's the one pick they needed. That's enough.
Here they come. It sounds like you want onto Ana. Lotus Orb will help protect him. But with that Monkey King bar, his damage output's just through the roof. And no way to evade, no way to dodge. This is probably the easiest and most uncontested rack OG's going to get.
I think they can go for a second lane as well. They have 20 seconds. They can go hit mid.
And it's taking some time, and OG are going to be safe.
Fair enough.
It's hard to go against that. You don't want to have, like, after your last hiccup that happened on top lane, like maybe you don't want to have the same kind of thing happen again.
I think this time the cards are a bit more stacked against Cloud9. This is a 12k lead with Aegis.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not easy.
The same thing's not going to happen again, but maybe that's also one of these things too where we can think about the future of the tournament. A lot of teams are looking to the group stages to get a lot of information, not just about drafts like ban and picks. It's about the mentality of OG. OG playing very set, structured Dota is a dangerous thing, but it's also maybe what we talked about at the very start with the drafting phase. Is this OG playing that mid-game orientated drafts once more? A team's going to know what they're going to get against OG. They back up. They don't put the knife to the throat. It's more of a slow asphyxiation.
So here we go. OG are going to go for the top lane. Lich does have the Shadow Blade. I'm not sure if I is going to try to get in behind them. You got to go to chain cross off that way.
One way to do it.
But if they don't do anything, the game is just over. So something's going to give.
He doesn't have mana. He has to use a shrine. One illusion was able to hit him. Now the Blink Lasso onto the cover of the BKB. You also have to keep the Nice Locker out of the fight. And Ana stampedes back just a little bit further. He's still got the double damage rune on him. It's Phantom Lancer who's in too deep. The Cold Embrace buying time. Curse onto AUI. Eternal Envy turns attention towards Nice Locker, unwillingly killing him down. And with the double edge, the damage is too much. Sparta wants to help out. Now the Sonic Wave, but it almost seems futile. Even though it does connect on 4 heroes, maybe not so futile. Turning around looking for Ana. But they don't find the kill. S4 blinks, but MSS blinks away in time. Doesn't get caught by the hoof stop. That would have been game if he goes down here.
Here comes Lich. Well, against Jerax with the Shadow Blade hit into Nova. He was not ready for that one.
Wrecked. Brutally.
But OG, very nice fight again. Fly on the Winter Wyvern with a great save onto No-Tail.
Yep.
Or was it? Or was it Ana? I think it was No-Tail. He got the Call Embrace into Curse. The Omni Slash did nothing. And that's kind of a... If you go back to the draft and you think about it, when Wyvern was picked, we were questioning, like, what does it counter? Is it good here? And then toward the end with this Juggernaut pick, Juggernaut doesn't really like that matchup particularly much, playing against the Wyvern. So maybe there could have been a better choice for Cloud9 than this Juggernaut that they picked last. It hasn't seemed to do what they were maybe hoping. And that, I mean, Envy is 8-2 and 8. He hasn't even had a bad game as such. Like, his score on the hero is good. He's got good farm. But the fights just, in general, have seemed tricky for him to play. With Juggernaut, his problem against a hero like Wyvern is he's not that mobile, right? Like, you go in and you fight and then you're there. You can't, like, blink around and get into the back line. And the Wyvern has hard lockdown against you. You can't play this split push kind of game where Juggernaut just goes and pushes out waves, spins the wave and TP's home. There's always the risk that you're going to get Wyvern ulti, and you're a hero that hits really fast. You actually kill heroes in Windsor's.
Yep.
I'm not quite sure. More than anything, though, I don't think this is that much of a game of picks, because I still think Cloud9's draft is good overall, and I think, oh, wait a second, No-Tail.
Problem is good. Oh, but then again, look at the friends. They come in, the Aghanim Scepter, upgraded Stampede, just lets them tank it in MSS, locked in position. The Sonic Wave will kill off Nyx Assassin, but they commit so much just to get the Nyx, and No-Tail's still gonna have the time of his life. Moving down, killing off AUI with illusions. I say killing off, they're just doing damage, not finishing the job. And Eternal Envy, well, he has to stick around a little bit longer. Walks away after Centaur, invisibly runs out. They actually find MSS. He's 4-staffed up, needs 1 second before he can blink away to safety, and now blinks a little bit further down. They ping a semi-right area, but the TA trap just a little bit off. So, for all of that initiation, for all of those abilities that were triggered, the double BKBs that go off, Nyx Assassin is the only one to die.
So what I was getting at before is that it's interesting to see in a game like this how, you know, we were talking about the hero versus hero matchups a lot in the draft. Like, this hero is not particularly good against this is not particularly good against this, yada yada. But this game has been more of a game on playstyle rather than the specific heroes. I think OG's style in this game has proved very successful, so they might be onto something. It's just one game, you know. We're gonna need to see more from them, but I think both drafts in isolation, the heroes that they have are good, but in my mind, this OG lineup would not face off this well against Cloud9's lineup as it has. So there might be something here that OG has figured out going in, and I'm very curious to see how they how they move onward with it into their next games. I'm kind of sounding like this game is over, but it's pretty damn
really,
close to.
Yeah, it would require something of extraordinary levels from Cloud9 to bring it back.
Yeah.
Like you've just finished up a full Heart of Tarrasque over on the Phantom Lancer. He's got Butterfly, Anna's got Butterfly. There's no way Juggernaut could even guarantee he hits his damage, and you can see Eternal Envy realizing his conundrum. He's got Battle Fury and he's quick buy. He's trying to catch up and at least clean up the mess that's inside of his base. Mjolnir is not enough. BKB from MSS commits him, but now he's just got a whole bunch of no-tails around him. Fana cannot keep his mana up. These illusions keep draining them dry when they cannot even do combinations because the mana pools are not full enough. So Cloud9, they'll have to admit defeat for this first game. But hey, that's why it's a two-game series. Lasso, oh, the curse, it's on MSS. Eternal Envy's in the middle of it with the double stun follow-up. You've lost your Batrider. Queen of Pain will go down. She'll fight back. They still really want to fight to the last man. There's so much PL. The Holstone from S4 catching thrice. And that is the game. They had to get a clearer message just to ensure it was GG. OG take game one.
It was a nice game. A lot of good action, a lot of fights from both sides, but OG with the superior farm toward the end and the stronger late game lineup, it ends up looking easy for them in the later portion, but they did have to make a couple of pretty serious outplays to get there.
Yeah.
And that's what makes me wonder, like, this type of Cloud9 lineup that plays a bit faster, that's better early, better at fighting, if they played it better, would this OG lineup have been able to reach this stage?
And here we are kicking off game 2, Cloud9 versus OG. OG with a convincing mid-game win over Cloud9, and now back for second round, and we'll see how they start off. They gave us interesting first 2 picks in the last draft. Wonder how they're going to start this one.
Well, this time they won't have Nyx. That's different. It's a change for starters. Actually, IO... was that banned last game?
It was banned.
It was banned, okay. So I'm curious to see how this one goes. We definitely know Cloud9 is a big IO player.
First pick goes to Fly. They banned Wyvern?
Both of the first phase heroes that OG just ran.
Okay, this has to be too good, right, for OG. It has to be too. They have to go for the IO.
I don't know if...
Well, if they don't, Cloud9 will. That's where I'm seeing the issue arise.
Yeah.
Because then you give Cloud9 the ability to actually pick their combination. And it's going to be a Phoenix. Well, we talked about Icebird versus Firebird. Firebird was the big thing from Fly at TI6.
Yep.
Now TI7, he's going to bring it back.
Hero is pretty good against IO. They're considering that Cloud9 will go that route. Nyx has pretty good solutions. Hard for IO to use the tether heal when he's under the effects of any of the damage over time abilities Phoenix has plenty of. It's very difficult to model. Cloud9.
Well, Ice and Fire. It's not the sisters combination. Instead, it's the sister and the very weird dead uncle.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't even know where to go with that. Okay, so anyway, the Lina pick is surprising to me. I don't think Lina generally gets picked this early. I said that about Wyvern in the last. Seeing some shifts here. Lina is, however, decent against Phoenix, has good burst to kill Phoenix off if it's caught off guard by a stun, can destroy the Supernova fairly easily with the stacks of Fiery Soul. And they go for the Lich again, which we haven't really seen, we didn't see in the last series. I don't know how much this hero has been favored in other matches today, but Cloud9 have first faced it twice now, so this might be a Cloud9 thing.
And Invoker pickup, so Masters of Fire. Of course, Invoker does have some other talents as well. But I'm actually thinking about that Lina as well, because there was one team I was doing my research on, and I'm fairly certain it was Cloud9 where AUI was, but I didn't write it down in my book of things.
It could very well be. He's played some more uncharacteristic supports in the past, where one of AUI's strengths as a support player is he's very good at the farming style. So if you play like that, if you have a dynamic in your team where one support gets to farm quite a lot, that he is the type of support player that can make a Lina work very well. There's other players that it wouldn't be that good of a fit for. For example, Cloud9, doesn't really fit his archetype of his style of play as a support player. I could see it being an option for UI. I think if you're running support Lina, however, you want your carry or your core mid, like one of the cores should set up your stun, because it's not reliable. It's generally the other way around you play, that the supports set up the cores to shine, but you can actually set up a position 4 to shine if you have the right ways that the heroes play off each other. Hero like Knight, for example, is very strong as a carry together with support Lina. Very high kill potential together, both in lane and in the mid game.
Speaking of CK, he was banned in the second phase of the last game, so
by Cloud9.
Should look to see if they do it again. We've already taken out the Phantom Lancer, so they're very much forcing OG to play a different style, and now they will ban the Chaos Knight.
Means TA is available again, but they already grabbed Invoker, so that's why they don't care, actually. So never mind about that.
Yeah, and up against a Phoenix, she'll burn to death.
Yeah. Let's see. So, OG, what did they ban apart from AM last game? It was AM and another carry, I think.
The ability to actually add that and look for.
Huh?
I said you can look up the drafts, man.
All right. All right.
Stop being lazy over in that corner.
All right.
You just click on the right.
Casting.
Okay. Let me call out the play. 1 minute 29, 28, 27, 26.
Okay, so last game OG banned Alchemist, Alchemist. That's what it was. So Al got through this time. They banned the Batrider instead. There's a lot of adaptation compared to last game. There's so many bans that were present in last game. Bat is out. Wyvern, and Nyx, and PL. So we have 4 of the previous heroes banned in 8 bans. It's pretty common to see 1 or 2 sometimes that you just shift it up a bit, but this is a big change up this second game.
Envy's playing the long game, playing for the 18th goal. He understands that he needs to see OG strategies, more of them. So just keep banning out the heroes they played before and force OG to do something new and different. And hello, Earthspirit. He was banned out in the first phase previously. It was done by Cloud9, I believe, in the first phase of last game.
Who plays this hero on Cloud9?
I
That doesn't really strike me as an AUI hero, but it is a 4. This hero is not really a 5 very...
Well,
very often like
Paladai
this.
will play the Lich.
So yeah, I mean, I guess there's no choice.
Yeah.
This is a bit surprising to me. I didn't think we were going to see AUI playing in Earthspirit, but looking forward to it. That also means the Lich is a core. Unless this is... It is possible to play Earthspirit off lane. You can put it there. And in some games it can actually shine from that position because you get faster levels, and this hero scales incredibly well with levels.
I'd be very concerned that you wouldn't run
But
a tanky frontliner if you did that, especially now as Juggernaut once again is getting worked into that one position.
Probably just a standard Lina mid, Earthspirit support, Lich support, and then the Earthspirit will focus a lot on mid. I guess they're picking the Earthspirit mainly because of Invoker. It's actually a very good counter because Invoker is one of those mid heroes that's very static, very immobile, and can be put under a lot of pressure. And then you have this kind of a high impact lane, like a kill lane. Earthspirit Lina can cause a lot of trouble. So see where they're coming from here with these 2 picks together. Just see what they decide to go for their off lane now. Juggernaut will safe and carry. I like the Jugger pick more in this game, by the way. I want to point that out. I think it makes a lot more sense to me to pick this hero against Phoenix and Invoker. Invoker 100% spell based. Jugger's a great hero against Phoenix. Healing ward messes with Sunray. You have a hero who can actually spin and destroy the egg. Pretty good choice overall. And I like it with like the pacing of Cloud9's lineup in this game. It's fast again. See if they can get better results out of it this time.
They just need the aggression to come with it. Like if they hold back and they farm, then you're gonna see what we've seen from Adam time and time again. We saw it with Templar Assassin. Early game doesn't go well. Players catch up with Ancients. Invoker, early game goes half decently. Picks up Midas, and mid game goes really well. Pirax will play very problematic for the mid. So maybe that's the other question mark too. How hard can that Earthspirit rotate? We talk about Cloud9 not having that very obvious Earthspirit player. It's not as obvious as someone like Jirax from OG, who is just renowned for that player.
Yeah.
Cloud9 doesn't have that type of player on the ES. And then you're going up against renowned Earthspirit player. Jirax is going to know when that game's going to be coming in. And we get an Axe pickup now from S4. This is very, very tanky lineup and survivable lineup once more from OG.
Axe is a bit hit or miss against this type of lineup though. He's very good against Juggernaut, but that's it. I don't think he's good against any of the other heroes. And OG are running out of time, and they're probably just like, okay, how do we get a hero that can deal with Jugger? Because the rest of our lineup is not good at dealing with Jugger this time. Axe gets Blink Blade Mail, Jugger kills himself on the Blade Mail. It's a pretty standard counter. The problem is Axe is not good against this like magic burst early game.
Yep.
He
They still banned the Void. Like, I know the Void could work for No-Tail on the safe lane.
I do too. I think it's a very good ban actually.
There goes the Enigma from Cloud9. Actually, yeah, it would have been that big AoE control they're still looking for, and they needed something out of their safe lane.
Yeah, I think they wanted Void actually. I agree with that ban 100%. Sets up Invoker and Phoenix very well. It's very classic OG pick together with Phoenix. It doesn't have the best synergy with Axe though, but I think they could have still taken that route. Especially when they're this short on time and they're like, okay, we need to make a decision. Fall back to your comfort zone.
Time is terrible. They've only got 5 seconds to make their choice, and Fly does not look confident. He says,
Yeah.
Well, I suppose it's one way to stop Omnislash from killing you. Because it's going to cause problems against Lina.
I love this hero. I love this hero, and I think it's good sometimes. And I think this is one of those games where it can work. So if you play Pugna position 1, which it looks like they will, they'll put the Invoker mid. You need a hero that can deal the physical damage that Pugna can't. And Invoker is one of those hybrids that has the damage in him if it's needed on Exort build to actually be able to right-click heroes. Nether Ward is fantastic this game. It's very good against Lina and Lich. Like you said, the Crepify has plays against Juggernaut. And
I don't think they got the counter push against him either.
Not really.
You've got ability to clear wave, but the Cobra Fight doesn't really care. Lich and Earth Spirit are not the greatest heroes for pulling wave. In fact, that's actually been one of the big things people have pointed out about Lich, the fact that he drags the creep wave back onto his tower. There's less defense when he sacrifices.
Yep.
So maybe that's when Pugna turns this into a push game.
Now, the downside for OG is that both of their cores are fragile, low HP end heroes.
Yeah.
And Cloud9 can try to abuse that with the right offlane pick. I'm trying to think of what is available to them. So Nyx would have been fantastic. Antimage as a carry would have been fantastic, but he's banned and they have Jugger. But there has to be something in the pool here for them that really deals with these int heroes well in the offlane. I don't think Nyx is the only choice. There's plenty of heroes that can like just burst and kill them off. I was thinking Puck could be a choice. Actually sets up and rounds up their lineup very nicely, but he's not the best against Pugna. Timbersaw. Okay. So I think instead we're going to see the approach here from Cloud9 that they're trying to enforce a Timber versus Axe matchup. And then they will do something pseudo aggro again, maybe the Lich Jugger. Love, by the way, how there's 2 of every hero. Is that just on my screen?
That's just on your screen.
I have 2 of every hero.
You're right, they're warping in and out.
Models are like on top of each other. Okay. Yeah, Timber versus Axe matchup is... Actually, if it's one-on-one in isolation, it's a pretty even matchup in the beginning, but then Timber generally takes over. Unless Axe gets very good spins in the start. And then the other lanes, we will see that Lich Jugger could go aggro again. I think it's totally playable. This game especially. And then they can target the Invoker really hard because their safe lane is freed up. If Earth Spirit and Lich can both leave the safe lane alone, they can shut down Ana a lot harder than in last game. An Invoker, yes, he can come back like TA can, but it's a different curve. It's not like that. You just farm 2 stacks of triple Ancients and you're back in the game. If Invoker is destroyed in lane and gets a couple of deaths, it takes longer.
Yeah.
And OG's lineup doesn't seem like the best to like make the space for him to come back. But we'll see how it goes down. I really like this draft. To me, this is a very unpredictable game with a lot of like X factors. Mainly, I think heroes to watch out for will be and the Axe. And 2 things for the Axe. 1, will he get good blink calls? 2, will he get to play Dota? The other one, is he actually... If Axe has a miserable lane, if he has a very, very hard time, it takes so long to come back sometimes. Sometimes you miss the timing window of the hero that he's looking for. A lot of it comes down to whether they get the lanes they want. So let's see. Maybe they even put the Timber off lane at try lane the Axe for that reason, that they want Axe to be shut down really hard. Who knows?
Well, early vision up. We'll see where everyone's going to go. So it is going to be No-Tail into the safe lane. Fly is hovering around mid with just Obs and Sentry, but you also notice the aggressive wards out from Cloud9. They smoked, they got out early. OG have no idea about this, so they're watching the ward, the bounty rune up on the top, keeping that eyes very closely on that, and then the other one's into mid. So they're wanting to focus on the rotations off the top lane from OG, as well as give any kind of advantage into the mid lane that allows Father to win that. And OG's vision is also more towards the bottom lane rotation. They haven't put down their second obs just yet, so we'll have to keep an eye on Fly to see where he believes.
Yep. I love this Phoenix.
What's he got on?
Vermilion Crucible.
The battle begins.
It sure ain't no shovel and triangle head, that's for sure.
It was an ore. It was an ore.
Keep telling yourself that.
I actually asked a bigger question. Why does an egg have a model which looks more like a bear? When you click on the item they actually have, it looks more...
How does that look like a bear?
That was a bear.
What?
Look, right there. The model modifier. It's a bear.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you meant the model itself looked like a bear. I was like, how do you see a bear in this lava egg? Alright, let's look toward mid so we know what's happening. Tri-lane bots in the start. Oh, shards. Jarek's still playing the old patch, so those shards would have been perfect, but this time they are a little short.
But thanks to the Observer, what they've got planted down, they understand that Fardor is alone here, and they didn't de-ward the ops. So Jirax and Anna, yeah, they've revealed themselves, but Fly was keeping himself pretty well secret on the other side. That won't last much longer. He's already bailing out. And AEY is looking for a possibility onto No-Tail. Walks up, rolling boulder forward, MSS. He's only got reactive armor. There's no damage he can give to help kill off No-Tail. And No-Tail will have to burn the south.
he has to salve and 8 tangos on safe lane Pugna. So he has plenty of sustain for now to stay against the lane. He's gonna buy the magic stick.
I think he also understands the fact that his support's going to be busy elsewhere.
Yeah.
Rolling Boulders coming in once more. AUI really trying to get through Notal. There is, again, no level 2 on MSS. No Timber Chain or no Whirling Death.
And Notail actually has higher movement speed than Timber, even under Orb of Venom, because Pugna's base move speed is 335, and Timber's is 290. So he can't catch up like, when the roll ends. Good roll again from EY, though. This time he has the stun. He's going to kill him.
With the kick, Icarus dive, it takes too long from Fly. He didn't actually have sprites to give either. And now MSS will move in closer. This happened also because the pull happened. So there was no wave for Notal. Fly is running away from MSS. Whirling Death, and one more punch will do the work. And Cloud9 get 2 kills on their top lane.
Now incoming, but that's what you can. Oh,
And
nice steal from AUI as well.
They didn't have an Earth Spirit player, is what we thought.
I mean, he may have played a game or two. I don't remember. It's not a hero I connect with this player.
Yeah, we always think of techies when it comes to AUI.
I don't think of techies at all.
I think of him every day.
Yeah.
I think of that game you had to cast
miserable.
in Frankfurt.
Yeah.
Techies is if you ever want a analyst to cast a fantastic game they feel really simulated with, get them to cast a techies game. Nice double light strike array in the middle from Fada, keeping Ana and Jirax out once again. Yeah, maybe Jirax didn't get the patch note memo. Pushes them away with the ice shards once more.
So just to explain how this works, when you use ice shards now, where you target it is where the back wall of the shards end up. In the past, where you target it was where the center of the half circle would be that the shards form. So that means you need to cast it further back now if you haven't played Tusk for a while. I'm pretty sure Jerax has played Tusk for a while. I don't think it's just randomly picking it down. He hasn't played it for like 3 patches, but it's kind of funny in some games that you watch. It's just like the Tusk just needs 30 minutes to adapt. Because you can just tell he hasn't played Tusk for like 2 months. Not in pro games, however, but you know.
I don't think Jirax would have too many problems with that, but it'll be changing a muscle reflex, mate.
Pretty much. It's just you just need to convince your brain that it's wrong for the first part of the game, and then it's like fixed after that. Nice dodge of the stun there by Jerax.
He's creating space more than anything else.
Pretty
We
much,
talked
yeah.
about like the issues for Ana potentially getting ganked. Yeah, the top lane's died. Notal, you can see by his
those were good though. That was really good shards. Counterplay from AUI.
Boulder! AUI got the double kick onto Ana as well as Jirax. Jirax has a snowball available. Ana trying to get out of this one. The light strike ray will connect. Fada staying right on his tail with the 1 charges and the cross. The slave will be able to reach him just on the tip. Ana will fall down. Fada wants a little bit more, but doesn't have the damage to kill off Jirax.
I'm actually very surprised the CS in the mid is the way it is. Like even with both Tusk and I guess Tusk started.
Oh, Jirax, no. Wait, hang on. Is he gonna? Okay, it's because Fada got himself an invisor, and I thought Jirax was gonna tank and farm a little bit for just a second longer. Fly's getting. Okay, MSS, don't try and attack.
But yeah, this is basically the trade-off we had in the start, was that the Tusk was targeting mid a lot and Earth Spirit was targeting top in the start, so Fata fell behind a little bit on CS because he was getting targeted harder in that sense. But, you know, generally when you watch this matchup, it's the Lina that's ahead over the Invoker, and he is ahead on levels. It looks like the Invoker's doing well here because he's 6 CS up, but Fata almost has a full level advantage here after that kill. And that can very quickly snowball in this mid lane. We're going to roll in with AUI. Will be dodged.
And this time, Ana actually got a little bit of vision thanks to the Obs ward, but...
Still going to die.
Yeah, he's got a couple of 1 charges up his sleeve, and with the cold snap and the ice wall...
Oh, he missed!
Oh, he's going to...
Oh, no!
Oh, the slave is a little bit off to the right!
Oh, Ana is so good. I think Fata's a bit triggered now. That is so... Oh, my God. It's like, it's one thing that you miss, but you feel like that attack didn't miss because you know, you fired it and you didn't see the miss text until the attack actually misses.
Oh, AUI, he just tried to rolling boulder away. He'll still get the double kick, however. Jirax and Fly hot in the tails. There goes the shards, and AUI is actually pinned. He cannot get out. He is another block in Jirax's igloo.
Those kind of things, I can't state enough how much it actually matters that this kill mid doesn't happen. If this kill happens, and they do it successfully, Earth Spirit might not be moving there. Fata would have been level 6 way earlier, and he used all of his mana to not get the kill. So, like this mid lane now, where they're both pretty much level 6, would have been maybe an almost level 7 Lina and a level 5 Invoker. And that is really
They're going
dangerous. Now
again.
instead there's plays available.
Oh,
Very nice by Jerax.
You want to tilt somebody, this is one way to do it. Snowball forward, Fada able to get the able to get Cole snapped up. Anna with the extra help of Fly. The Light Strike Array is actually going to get him with the slave. Fada, turn your frown upside down. They'll get both the Fire Rat as well as the Master of Magic.
All right, never mind.
And Envy's going to go for the solo kill on bottom. He can consume Mango and go for the Omni Slash, but decides against it against S4. Okay, he still okay, he consumed the Mango.
So right after OG got out of jail in mid, they go for a 3-man gank and die 2. So now mid lane is back to what we were expecting it to be like. Bit chaotic.
Everything in the world is back to where it should. Wait. S4 trying to bait with a huge cleaver. It's not like they're going to see your animation. Envy spins and then just backs out.
S4 is getting some pretty good farm. This lane is not that easy for the X. Playing against Jugger Lich, not the easiest thing ever. Of course, Envy miles ahead.
Yeah, all three cores of Cloud9 are miles ahead. They have the top 3 net worths on the board at the moment. 3-2, 3-1, and just shy of 2-7. And the highest you have is Anna. Actually, I take that back. Now it's actually Axe. He's just ahead at 2.5. Notel, rolling boulder forward, gonna miss his target. Jirax is nearby, so they shard up. Again, not able to block MSS, but they interrupt his Timber Chain out. So Notail moves in with more. Nether Blast, but the damage isn't enough. The Sunstrike, MSS decides to be aggressive, turns around for the fight. Even AUI unintentionally kicking Fly in with the rock, so they'll lose the Pugner. And Cloud9 running forward, MSS having to dodge sprites. I don't think he really cares that much. He's still taking him to survive.
And a sentry mid. This could be a really big kill. He can kill him almost on his own. AUI comes in.
Yeah, rolling boulder into spin.
Oh, whoa. They don't have, he doesn't have any stones.
Does he go up?
He had no stones left.
They see him. They see him. They see him. He's in the sentry. He's in the sentry. He's out of the sentry.
Close call.
Vision game.
That could have been very different if AUI had 1 stone, but he has used all of his stones. There's been so many plays that his stone economy right now needs a bit of time to build up again. If there was a silence there, so Invoker couldn't go Ghost Walk or a stun, they could have maybe killed him there, but Ana gets out again.
So is this when we say it's a 2-2? Ana is 2, Cloud9 is 2? And as mentioned, dodged the gank a couple of times. MSS, nice chain. That snowball's going to go in deep. And the sun ray damage, Jirax doesn't reach him. MSS just chains further and further away. OG really wanting the kill on that off-lane Timbersaw.
Not get it. Now, mid lane pressure will be applied with this rotation of heroes. Actually, wait, how did that happen? S4 just solo killed Lich with Axe. Not exactly the lane I was looking at. This was a very unlikely play, I think.
Just S4 things.
He might have caught him on the way out of the shop, or maybe Pi was just a bit out of position there.
Jirax is coming in towards the mid. They're trying to stop Eternal Envy and AUI from just taking the tower, so Jirax will take the creep wave away from the tower, rolling boulder, dodged by Jirax. See it coming from a mile away, and then rolling boulders to the range creep under the tower. Sunray's out, Jirax doesn't have enough life to survive that. AUI trying to help out with a kick, now into the Omni Slash. Anna, the Sunstrike's in a good position. Eternal Envy sharing the burden with his creep wave, but the burden is too much. Envy will die underneath the tier 1 tower. Notail joins the fight, but he doesn't have the mana. Even with the Soul Ring and 1 charge, there's not enough to give. And Fada has Laguna Blade. Notail knows he has to give that respect.
He could easily get caught by a roll here. Still only 1 stone now on AUI, but these heroes of OG are very low. At the same time, there was a kill top, right? Or was that bottom? MSS killed S4, so
yep.
The Timber rotated down and got a very nice kill there, of course.
It looks like he was creep skipping.
Yep. About right.
That's a nice observer what to have for OG. They now see 4 heroes from Cloud9 in the mid lane. Like, Phoenix can probably just, like, Sunray and slow this down. Speaking of, yet again, another kill in bottom lane that we get to miss, it's Notail solo killing MSS.
There's so much stuff going on in this game that is, like, all of these solo kills and weird ganks that are happening is very active and very unpredictable.
But you're expecting the fight to happen in mid, like Cloud9 are pushing to push it, and then Notail just walks down and realizes he's more powerful than the Timber will ever be. And Anna's going to join him. They want to try and force this. Like, Fada is nearby. Notail is just so juicy. You want to go for him. And AUI rolling ball forward. Anna
Oh, they still don't have dust.
No reveal.
This already happened once before now for UI. Really needs
Oh,
to
they
invest
found another one.
into
No tell. He's decrepifying, but then the Blade Fury's doing more work. Netherwater's down. Eternal Envy doesn't have Omni Slash, and right now, oh, the silence! Pugna couldn't drain out of him enough. The healing ward will die. MSS will jump in. They can at least farm the Nether ward.
20 gold. Yeah!
Ah, critical.
Who cares about the Pugna kill if we can get 20 gold for a 3-hero rotation?
They had actually 5 heroes in the bottom part at the end of all of that.
More or less.
OG rotated 2 down for that.
It feels like the game is stabilizing a little bit now with the way heroes are moving around. I think the main thing to keep an eye on right now is the fact that everyone has their ultimate apart from the Tusk. Tusk is a bit far behind here, but the rest of the heroes are definitely able to team fight, so we're probably going to be looking a bit more towards, like, the heroes will come together more now. S4 has his Blink Dagger, and then this Phoenix ulti, this is the time to go, and it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. So here comes the smoke.
The Dire just scanned and they got a positive ping on AUI moving up. So either they'll know it's a ward or they'll believe they're being swarmed in from around the back. And in fact, that's the line that was drawn in by Fly. He was actually thinking that people were doing the old wraparound.
This kill on No-Tail would be very, very good for Cloud9. It's going to give them a tower as well, but No-Tail reads it perfectly. Dodges around the long way and gets this tower.
Too many players missing.
Yep.
No one's pressuring the mid anymore. There's a bottom lane that's not taking any level of farm. Like, compared to game 1, these lanes have practically been a ghost town for the amount of people spending time in them, like farming them up. Everyone's rotating with multiple numbers to take the fights. And OG, they are here. They're here in force. Quick little sigil. MV starts to spin. He may have actually really wanted to have that in a bit, but Jirax throws the shards out. They'll be pushed a little bit higher. Pyladai, he's got that Chain Frost available. Sunray is out. Here comes Pyladai. Chain Frost up. Icarus dives. Can take it up, down, and around. And the snowball, it never bounces. The Omni Slash, it goes on top of S4. Envy starting off his spin. S4 doesn't have the life to survive through this. Maybe now he does. Able to get the call. And the dunk, the bonus move speed. Getting Jirax to get away. And the blink from S4 to the trees. The bonuses allow them to escape the Timber Saw and get a 1-for-1 trade-off. They did still lose No-Tail, who was trying to battle the back lines. Jirax, okay, maybe not out scot-free. Timber chain up, Jirax, snowball dodges straight through the middle of the chain. Chakram is back up for MSS. Chains forward, Chakram's down, Jirax. Mr. Michael Flatley right now, Lord of the Tusk. Dodging the attacks perfectly.
Very nice footwork by OG, honestly. Both of those plays from Jirax and S4 could have easily ended in Cloud9 kills, but got outmaneuvered and outplayed in both occasions, and they also defend their tower this way. OG barely took any damage on that, and they claimed their own. No-Tail got that one. TP out for Pi, he will be fine.
Okay.
Oh, Sunstrike. Oh, yep.
Oh! Boom! Got him! Edda! Prosta!
Nieta!
Now Russians.
Mid tower is going to go down, so another rotation here from Cloud9.
I think Anna's looking for the deny. I think he might be also a little concerned about the rock that's in front of him. Here comes Tusker. The kick out. Now, well, the call is there from S4. Juggernaut ain't going anywhere apart from potentially down Farter. Nice last striker rate, keeping Anna out of the fight. Laguna Blade, S4 limping himself away, holding the belly like indigestion. Back to the dire side of the river. So Juggernaut for Phoenix. A good trade for OG, but they did still, however, lose that mid tower.
Very, very even game right now.
Yeah, a lot closer than game 1.
Yeah, it also feels like going the stretch in this game. It's less obvious who has the better late game. Like Invoker is regarded as one of the absolute best late gamers, but Pugna generally considered a hero that falls off a little bit, and then you look toward Cloud9. Lina scales very well. Timber actually scales very well, even in an offlane position when he has this of a start. MSS is 5-1 with 66 CS. Jugger is a little bit so-so for phases, but he can also be very good late game. So Cloud9 this time, I think, have the tools to win this one if it goes late.
Yeah.
And that means they don't have to feel as stressed to make these moves that they were making in the first game, where OG just counterplayed them very well.
So then it's up to OG to be the aggressors. But that's...
Well, maybe. It depends, because I don't think OG just flat out loses late game either. It's a lot about who gets the jump and Invoker's ability to scale. Both teams can feel comfortable, I think.
No-Tail The Glimmer gets him so close. He's so close to Fada. They Sunray. They didn't see him. Oh, do they? Yep, there we go. There we go. The burn connects. Fada tries to break free. Here comes your Sunstrike. AUI. He'll actually share the load, but the Lina goes down to Notel with a Nether Ward. She cannot commit anything. It's one of those brutal things for a Lina where you take the damage before the ability is cast. So even if she wants to Laguna, she'll kill herself.
Yeah.
And still not do the damage.
It's a level 1 ward, by the way.
It's only level 1?
It only gets worse. True. It only gets worse. Decrepify is a really good spell. It's been buffed a lot of times now. Pretty crazy how much this ability does now. 6-second cooldown. 3.5-second duration. Makes things die or not die. Pretty
Amplify a hero like Timbersaw who can resist almost every bit of physical damage.
Pugna can make Invoker look really good sometimes.
Yeah.
We didn't actually talk very much about how Decrepify synergizes with their lineup, but it's very good with Phoenix and Invoker. And somewhat decent
They're
with
TPing
Tusk.
top. S4's coming in. He wants the creep wave, however. He doesn't just want to have MSS by himself, but with Call into Sunstrike, rolling Boulder, they'll flip him like, oh!
Oh, it's really close.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on bottom lane, no teleportate. But that Culling Blade mid-chain. It's like the master of blades.
The top tower did fall
It
there
did.
for OG, so at the very least, MSS managed to accomplish that. This move, and like you said, they got the kill on the Pugna. Still very, very even. I'm curious to see if Cloud9 will be looking to, like, just what pace they're gonna go with. Because as I said before, they can play it fast, they can play it slow. I don't feel like there's necessarily a problem to either style, but I wonder what they feel. Like, if it's like, we can't let Invoker free farm, we need to go and get stuff done, or we trust in our abilities to scale. Because they're, you know, their Lina, for example, is going for a Bloodstone first item, which is generally considered a bit of a slower farming-oriented build-up rather than going for, say, a Eul's first, where you really just want to fight and find picks all the time. The Juggernaut is going straight into Manta. This time, no drum for Envy, so also a bit more maybe far up.
Courier snipe. Courier kick. Had that vitality booster which
Kicked
belongs
with
to
the
Fada.
fist.
Kicked with the fist.
Yeah.
Right, he needs the Aghanim for it to be a real. But it's funny talking about like all these items like going into potential late game, like it's the sand transition for Cloud9. No Tail, I was expecting the Eul Scepter to be coming out on him, like some kind of extra disable or something to amplify him up. But Aetherland, as well as Glimmer Cape, and then going into an Aghanim Scepter as his second one.
This is the... We haven't seen that much Pugna, but I think this is like one of the more standard builds to go for right now. You get the Glimmer for your defense, own defense mainly. Casted range is massively important on Pugna, so I definitely think Lens is almost always going to be a good choice. So you can blast from far away and drain from far away.
Is it worth disassembling him later on as well? Like, you are up against a Timbersaw. I don't know if you've ever thought about building a Silver Edge and a Pugna. But right now, I don't know who else on OG would buy one.
I mean, it's extremely gimmicky. It could happen, but I don't even think he's thought about that option.
Call, Sunstrike. The Blade Mail is down, and that's exactly what you're talking about. It's the counter to the Juggernaut. When Blade Mail is up, Juggernaut goes down.
Ow.
Woo! There goes the pop with the Lich ulti. It doesn't bounce anymore, though. But you've still got a 2-for-3 trade-off. Jirax will go down, stuck inside the Shark Room, but now MSS is the one in trouble. Anna sitting in the back lines with all the disable, all the control. But still a 4-for-3 trade-off. No team really coming out fully on top of that one. Maybe OG, just because they're 2 core survived compared to Cloud9 0 core surviving.
Yeah, they get a lot of nice gold on the Pugna Invoker. That's... If they have to keep 2 heroes alive, these are the 2 they want to keep. And in addition, Ana, I think, got 2 or 3 kills as well in this fight. So that's the Sunstrike. I think that's the first kill he gets.
First reveal the Blade Mail as well.
Yep. Actually, don't even think they needed it. Axe together with Invoker deals so much damage with this. Very nice Chain Frost. Huge impact on this fight again. I think Pilot Eye has been very good at using Chain Frost both games so far. But here is... It kills right here. Ana gets 2, No Tail gets 2.
I'm still wondering if Cloud9 are very happy with that fight, because it felt like they were struggling for positioning. Like you had Notel controlling up perfectly the high ground, just a little bit to the bottom right of the fight. Like then you had Ana coming in through the other side, and I guess Cloud9 were just trying to retreat back to their tier 2 tower and make the best out of it.
It's a difficult position to fight in for the Radiant. It's one of the best avenues of attack for Dire because they have, like you said, they have multiple ways of coming in and they have the high ground. All things considered, I think Cloud9 should be okay with this. The Juggernaut died before the fight even began, right? So
yeah,
that was kind of the 4 and 5 afterwards.
Envy just got very lucky. The creep wave aggro to OG in the trees, and because of that, their gank got revealed.
S4 didn't break his smoke though. Still on the hunt here. Get a very nice position here in the bottom lane. If this team is able to push into this tower, this could set them up very nicely for fight.
He has to be. I reckon he had to be tossing up if he was going to creep skip then. Would have dragged the creep wave in perfectly and then beat the living crap out of the tier 2 tower. But it's Cloud9 who are all missing on the map at the moment. The Observe Ward scouting both the Lina and the Timber. Now the Lich, okay, they see everything, and the ES, and they smoke underneath the Dire Observer Ward. S4, which call do you want to go on? They focus over on the Lina. Once again with the Blade Mail, they're able to delete one hero from this fight. How much more is OG able to get into the Nova? Pilot Die as well as AUI having real issues getting out of range of the Nova, and S4 too deep. The Lich Holdy will bounce around, it goes down to Pugna, it's back up into Ana and Axe. They're trying to Sunray heal through this. Now Fly ends up tanking it, but they will survive. The Glimmer negating a little bit of the damage. Snowball up into MSS. Durex needs more space to fight out this one. Underneath the cover of the Nether Ward now Fly. Still very low, 44 HP, but 44 is enough to stay alive. MSS cannot find him on the back line. Eternal Envy into the fight too. He's already burned his Omni Slash. S4 looking for the spins on the wave, letting the Blade Mail do the work. Dong Sparta! Just as they kill each other at the very end of it all. Cloud9 are pushing out hard. They want all the OG calls, but Notel sucking them dry for the moment until they'll cut him down with the blades. Pilot Die actually frost blasting Notel out.
That was a really long fight. And one of the very surprising things for me in that fight, I'm not sure how much of a replay we're going to get, if we're going to get the whole thing from the start, but so it's one thing, like, Cloud9 smoke and OG know it. Fata was running toward the stairwell and his smoke broke and he just ignored it. He ran through another full 2 seconds just up the hill.
Here's the replay.
So the smoke is already broken. He just keeps going, man. He's just going in. And now he's dead. I don't know if he wanted to get gone on because he has Bloodstone, so he's alive very soon, and he's probably one of the better things that can happen. But this Icarus dive from Fly was sick. He actually blocked the rolling boulder out when he was flying in, so they got a bonus kill on the Earth Spirit. If Earth Spirit gets out there, this can get really nasty for OG, because let's be honest, they're diving really deep for this time of the game. This is 22 minutes in. There comes the Omni clutch again, Fly getting out. That's pretty much it for that fight after that.
Oh, they go and gank up on top.
This is not a replay, guys.
You can say this is live as Fly goes down. Cloud9 trying to be really, really aggressive. Got some good walls down as well, but you see OG's lines drawn directly after that. That's actually coming out from Jirax, I believe. Lines say push mid, push bottom.
Fata's going blink. This is pretty uncommon. I am a really big Blink Dagger fan. I think this item is so good and is still not bought enough in many games, but I don't know.
It's his initiation, the blink Yules.
Yeah, but he doesn't have it.
No, he's got Yules in quick buy.
Exactly, but generally you buy them the other way around because the Yules gives you the mana regen and the save for yourself and stuff. It's very good against Axe to have a Yules in your team. You can counter engage when he goes in for that blink call on the Jugger. It's actually massively important that they get a Yules here that is reliable. So maybe that's why he's getting the blink with it, is that he feels like, okay, I need to always be able to reach Envy and save him from that Axe. But Fata is one of the players who likes to stray away from the norm a little bit and buy other items that he likes. We've seen him in the past like revolutionize the ways people played mid. He used to go troll with mech and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like he had a patch where mech was the mid item that he really liked. This time It's not like this is extremely unorthodox to go for a blink, but it was not what I expected.
It's probably him understanding his position. He needs to survive. You look at the difference in Bloodstone charges. Timbersaur's walking around with 17 Bloodstone charges at the moment compared to the 5 Bloodstone charges of Lina. There's just some heroes who just cannot tank and stay alive throughout these fights. MSS is definitely one of them.
And he already has a Yules, and now he's going Blink too. So they're going to have 2 Blink Yules in the near future to be able to help Envy, and he needs it this game. This is the fights have not been easy for this Juggernaut.
OG's going to miss the gank on him. Envy just left nothing but copies. Anna, well, EMP burn. MSS's worst friend, but with 30 mana regeneration in
Lots of my
second,
Blink stun here.
Can he get him? Blink. Light Strike Array.
Whoa,
it's going to connect to the target. Here comes Jirax, however. Snowball tries to create space, but it will not work. The silence is on point from AUI. And OG lose 2 heroes and probably Roshan as well.
Yep. Most definitely a Roche going the way of Cloud9 here as well. No buybacks.
Well, Fly wants to like kind of mess with him a little bit. S4 is already pressuring top tier 2 tower. It's going to drag MSS out. So right now it's only Envy and Fada inside the pit. I say only. We do have the Night Watchman AUI up on the cliff. It's Cloud9's drop. Okay, so Envy just basically drew a line saying, let's go bottom after this.
Yep. I think they're going to give this one to Fata.
Yeah, they do.
I think it's a good choice. You could argue that getting the Aegis on the Jugger is very good, so that if he gets Blink Blade Mailed by Axe, then he has a second life and can go back. But the way this is more likely to go down now is that if they jump on Envy, they get that Yule's counterplay and he spins and stays alive. If they jump on Fata, he's just a very quick kill for the other heroes. And he has way more to give in the fight with his second life. Juggernaut will use Omnislash, and then when that is used, it's like, okay, hope we won. If we didn't, my hero is not that strong afterwards with the items I have. Fata's second life has a lot of value. I like this lots. Tower?
Yep, tier 2 tower's gone. OG, tier 3 tower looks like it will come under siege with, yeah, they're going.
All right.
You have every ulti up for OG.
This is bold.
And you have,
this is really bold.
Okay, Jirax is TPing back. Everyone's TPing back. It looks like also OG were not expecting this.
No, they force the TPs and then they got the hell out of there. I don't think they can go in there when there's multiple heroes on defense.
Anna's still playing around the mid. He can't come back. He actually had BTs on cooldown. So he just added as much pressure and space to the mid lane. And then instantly invokes Ghost Walk. Just in case.
Yep.
But he got himself a double damage rune. Does invoke a hunt time.
I don't think OG want to make aggressive moves now as anything else than a full unit. It's difficult for them to take skirmishes into this Radiant lineup now that they have all these items plus the Aegis.
Yeah.
They want a structured team fight where they can get Blink, Call, Blade Mail into Phoenix. The Blink Call plus Sunstrike is not likely to succeed anymore now that there's this Blink Yules.
Maybe what they want to do is just not fight at all. Force this exact situation.
They found an no-till.
Yeah, but Anna is all... well, okay, yeah, they can fight top lane. I'm thinking down towards bottom lane if they want MSS. The Sunstrike is going to be able to connect with Call Snaps as well. Here comes your Call once more. S4, all you got to do is drop him down low, and then they can Culling Blade him down. So it looked like S4 was just trying to create space. Meanwhile, on top lane, No-Tail is still alive. The sentry's down from both sides. No-Tail makes a break for the tree line. Observer is also planted. The creep wave will take care of that pretty quickly. So, Smoke and Mirrors, Snowball forward. He's going for Eternal Envy. It's not even for Pylai Die. Jirax doesn't even give a crap about the support. He wants the core. The Nova, they're trying to run out. Envy thought for a moment he could run in. In fact, he made his way towards the Nova. Shards fight forward once more. Here comes your Timbersaw, but he got smacked down by the Nova, and Anaris joined the fight as well. The call is out. S4 held them there. The Sunray, he cannot reach Jirax, but the burn will hit onto Fada. Second life available, thanks to the Aegis, the Immortal. Timbersaw drained insanely low. AUI wants something more. No-Tail on the run back out. All of OG are trying to run out, and No-Tail hides in a crevice. They don't see him. They have no idea. Clueless is the name of this movie.
Cloud9 need detection, man. Like this Glimmer Cape and this Ghost Walk is doing so much. I think
They tried. They put a sentry ward down the middle of the fight, but the fight progressed so far.
they need a dust finally. Okay, AUI was like, okay, that's enough, man. That's enough. He had 2 moments earlier in the early game where they didn't have dust.
Look at tier 3 tower bottom lane. It just got taken. Anna was pushing the lane out. His forward spirits finished the job. He moved so fast to get down there. Involved in the fight, switches to bottom lane. Didn't even BT down there, I don't think.
That last fight, I don't know if we can get a replay of it now, but I think 3 kills were avoided because OG had that Glimmer Cape and the Ghost Walk. Like, in succession, OG could have been run over there. That was an Aegis fight that OG won. They were fighting into Aegis and got away with it. And the position of that fight and the way spells were used, I think, are we seeing it now? Or is this,
This is now.
He's just glimmering for fun by now. It's like, ha, I have a Glimmer Cave. Did you guys know? Because you're playing like you don't. Get a dust. Okay.
And that's why Jerax is buying a gem next. Get rid of all the possible sentry wards. But there's no one in Viz that's running. Apollo does have the 2 dust.
Yeah, and this is crucial. I think. Oh, they bought 2 dusts. Okay, nice. Because I think the Earth Spirit desperately needs a dust in these fights. As I mentioned very early in the game, he missed like 1 or 2 opportunities, and after that I was expecting to just see dust all the time. You know, sometimes you slip, you forget it, or you don't have the gold in the right moment because you're buying your Blink Dagger or whatever, and then you just don't have a dust. But until this game ends, detection will not be a problem for Cloud9. I think it's like that. By now they've been screwed by it too many times to not deal with it for the rest of the game.
Could be smart for OG. Jerax puts down 2 aggressive observer wards on the top lane. Allows him to push the tier 1 tower. But more importantly, because of the damage that Anna did on bottom, the fact they took out the tier 3 tower, these shrines are now exposed. So OG can get rid of Cloud9's Roshan Shrine, which is probably more critical than anything else. With no tier 1 tower in the mid, it'll take them a while to bring in reinforcements and ensure they get the next Aegis to the Immortal.
And they have a good amount of time to take the shrine as well, because the Roshan died 5 minutes ago, so there's still like a good couple of minutes to send in some Fort Spirits or some Nether Blasts, and then eventually get rid of that shrine. I think it should be next on the menu. It's either that or they try to go for a really aggressive play bottom and get Alina Rax, because that tower being gone is a really big deal for the defensive Cloud9, obviously.
Decent way of pushing in through top, and no one going to react to it. Alright, I say that now. I see 4 TPs come to the top lane to react to it.
Oh, this could get... Do OG want to fight this? It's like they do. It's going to be a full-on 5-on-5 if OG go in right now. Envy can very quickly connect. He's going to run through a ward, though.
Oh, there's your taunt. It's over on MSS. Sunstride's kicking in. Jerax in the neighborhood. AUI, the snowball, dodges the kick that came from him. S4 had the BKB to protect himself anyway. But the EMP splits the field up. OG, maybe not so certain about going back in just yet. Blade Mail's off cooldown in 1 second, but the BKB won't be available this time. And Anna, well, he was starting his BT out and blinks away, realizing the Fada was going to go for the stun. And they realized it too. They know he had the vision. They pinged the ward out straight away.
Oh, this is classic Light of Heaven. He always pings the shrines. I don't know why. He's pinging the shrine all the time.
They found a target. Blink, Walrus Punch. The Sunstrike actually connects on AUI or Sparta, but the Lacuna Blade Invoker is deleted. The Yul's had to follow up Tuskar. Basically shook around, but no! The shards! Jerax understands that positioning, pushing himself down the hill, trying to dodge the Light Strike array, but that's just too much to dodge. 4 heroes around him. And that is a big pickup for Cloud9. Invoke it down, it's good gold, it's good experience.
That was a very optimistic attempt, I think, from OG. So they
Top
have...
dead.
Yep.
Bye, Envy. Oh, wait. Yeah.
Didn't even have
Support
mana
there.
for calling Blade, he just gets
Sparta's coming in. Pilot A, they get the Frost fly. He's stuck in the tree line, starts his TP. They need a stun. Sparta, too late. And you'll also get S4 back out to safety. Meanwhile, No Tail taking a shrine.
Yep.
Light of Heaven, please ping.
Ping it. Okay, so I think the reason Ana and Jerax went for that attempt they did before, where they both died, was that they have really good vision in the area. You see these this aggressive dire observer reward there, but they were so close to the tower, and if that kill doesn't happen instantly and they have a get out plan afterward, then it's gonna cost you. And they didn't even get a kill. But ultimately, of course, this kill on the Juggernaut is gonna help buy OG time to get their cores back in the game, and it doesn't cost them too much at the end. Stabilizing again, 3k lead for OG. Roche is spawning soon, and the top shrine did not get claimed, so Cloud9 still has that strategic element to play around. And now there's a gem on AUI as well. Dust isn't even enough, guys. now they got the full package. Gem, dust, sentries.
It's a shame he couldn't have waited longer and just stole it. Jerax is going to buy one.
Yeah. So Jerax is going to carry the gem for OG, and the gem for the Radiant on Cloud9 is on Pilot Eye, actually. He gave it away with Earth Spirit, because I think he's expecting, I'm going to roll in, I'm going to die.
Sacrificial Spirit.
Yep, pretty much.
You got BTs on fire, so he can join this top fight when he's ready.
Yep.
And both teams are lining themselves up for it. And yeah, there's the TP already.
Tinker ward from OG.
Roshan's up. The Sigil goes inside the pit. It didn't go in deep enough to look at Roshan. But the Forge Spirits are on a scouting mission. They're going to come in around the back of the smoked up Cloud9. Tinker Ward doesn't see enough. The line's being drawn now by AUI. Beeline to the tier 2 tower in mid. And that's actually the best place to attack. OG, I'd say they're not in position to defend from this. They have the low ground, so at least it'll be even ground if Cloud9 come down to them.
This is a very big moment. And nobody finds anything. So OG dodge their smoke. Do they, and OG have their own. They're gonna smoke themselves, I think, after this camp.
It's like that cliffhanger at the end of Season 1. Don't worry, we'll come back for Season 2 at the end of the next smoke.
OG aren't even checking the...
Yeah, they were literally in front of it. And they didn't have a look. The Forge Spirits should go in now. Yeah, the ping just came out from Flyers. Like, just put the forward, just send one in. Like, oh, there he is.
They got rid of the top shrine, so Cloud9 don't have that to play around any longer. Cloud9 smoke failing there is pretty important because OG, as mentioned, still have their own. What's the timing on these? 9 seconds on TV for Axe, and Lina is the only other one, right? It's 2 9 seconds.
And you've got a 10-second BKB on the way for Invoker. He's already finished up his Ags and Octarine.
Oh yeah. Okay,
BKB and then into Shivas. Appears to be the build order for Axe.
Yep. BKB is an amazing item for both teams this game, so it's worth keeping an eye on the status of that.
Is that actually the full Shivas?
Fatsa never got his Yols, by the way.
He didn't finish it?
He just went for that BKB. So they only have the Yols of Timber still.
Maybe they're happy with that. Like Timber Yols is enough to at least try and save Envy. It's like, apart from that, Envy, at least do it yourself. He's got Manta, he's got Blink Dagger, he's got Spin.
Very, very underfarmed. The big farmers this game are the Lina and the Timber. You can see the CS here. This is not... Jugger is difficult to play in this position because this hero... I mean, it's just how the game plays out. They need to push the waves, and Jugger is just worse at it than the other two heroes, so they will get more farm. But it's hard to play Jugger like this. He's very underfarmed compared to the other cores, and the hero itself is just not that good.
That's why Invis rune. if he actually felt confident enough to move up the hill, he probably would have died thanks to the Observer and Sentry again down for Cloud9. Because every time they want to take a fight around Roshan, like this obs as well as like sort of Sentry ward get planted just in front of the pit. Almost every time. It's that same kind of position every time. I say every time in 2 games. Worth of like 4 sets of ward.
Very important place to cover.
Yeah. Just makes it obvious for S4 to dodge.
I wonder if Timber's going to reach a stage here where he won't die. Even if he gets jumped on by X plus full Invoker combo and everything, because MSS is getting really tanky. Hood Octarine, he has 3k health, he's close to 25 now.
Yeah, maybe it would have been better for like a Bloodthorn style build coming in from the Invoker.
Could have actually been
Timber.
an interesting choice, yeah. So I think this physical thing could come back to haunt them still.
MSS. Okay, maybe he knows he's that tanky.
Oh, that's a good netherwork placement. Need to get rid of that.
Very difficult. They have to cut the trees to see it.
Like, I don't really want to.
He's really not certain about it. Because he knows if he jumps in that far, potentially Axe can just blink, call him, and then they Sunstrike and just combo. Forcing the rest of Cloud9 to fight underneath the Nether Ward. Alright, so it's got to be Roshan for somebody. There's like no one wants to take the risk. Okay, that might help. S4 found himself a haste rune. Quick, get the ward down from Notel. Stars his TP out. This is problematic. Notel, do they just cut their losses? No, he's got Glimmer Cape. There are no losses.
None of the reveals were nearby. With the Lich and the Earth Spirit were far away, so he gets out of that.
And Anna's also not involved. He can't be. His BT is still on cooldown for 10 more seconds.
Yep.
He was busy farming up, but what's coming on the courier? His BKB is now done. Now they actually want to fight. The fresh 10-second BKB in the 2 9 seconds. That's a lot of immunity for Cloud9 to try and play around.
And the farmed heroes on Cloud9 side are not the Jugger, so that means this BKB for Ana is just as efficient as the other one we talked about. It's going to be impossible to kill almost. Alright, here we go.
Oh, Tornado, EMP, yep. All he wants to do is just to lay up MSS. MSS going to Yule Scepter out of the effect of at least the EMP as they push him down. But S4, the perfect call. They dunk down the Timbersaw. Unkillable, I think not. And now they go for more. The quick tornado. It caught Eternal Envy. You said his life was hard. He'll spin. Get punched. Flip like an omelet from Tusker. They want more. Omni Slash. Tusker needs some help. S4 will tank. It turns on the blade mail, starts the spins up, and Eternal Envy so low. S4 getting the breath of life from Notel. The Sunstrike's right in the mark. 2 Pilot Eye will fall. Anna has himself a double kill under the protection of his BKB. Stands his ground. He'll look for the gem. MSS will have to gather it up. But here they go. Tusker, snowball forward. Anna does have that gem of True Sight stolen from Cloud9, so we know he's got the vision win. Not to mention the team fight win. The score might be leveled at 25-25. But OG are in a commanding position now.
Yeah, that was a really good kill on the Timber, and I mean, of course, if it's like a 3-on-1 for a good 10 or 15 seconds, then the Timber is gonna die. And his team didn't really find any good way of connecting there. They got one defensive 4-step off, but didn't really manage to save him, and then when he buys back and comes back in, they find themselves in these awkward positions, and no-till was, for me, just saving that fight. Just time and time again, really, really good life drains, healing of S4. I think he healed him up twice and saved him, and we might be seeing it again here. So here comes the Tornado EMP. Jugger has to spin this, and now spin is on cooldown. Let's get off a pretty good Omni here. Stone kick is far off the mark.
And then S4 tanks it. Like the life that gets given right here. He gets in just in range.
Fata is trying to destroy the Supernova, and he doesn't manage either. If Fata wanted, he could have just killed the Axe there. He could have just gone in Lagoon at him, but he thought the team had control of that and that he could kill the Supernova, and these small things add up and make a really big fight for OG, where a slightly different decision-making from Cloud9 would have maybe made that somewhat